Welcome back to Citadel Station. We hope your somnolent healing stage went well. Today is the 6th day of November, 072. You are currently in the healing suites located on the first level. Level 2 contains the research laboratory. 3 houses the Department of Maintenance, and the storage cells are on level 4. The flight deck is on level 5. Level 6 holds crew facilities and executive suites, and level 7 is systems engineering. Level 8 houses the Department of Security. The bridge is located on level 9, and energy systems on level R. All levels can be accessed by the elevator. Welcome to the throne of God, mortal. Around me is a burgeoning empire of steel. From my throne room, lines of power careen to the skies of earth. My whims will become lightning bolts that devastate the minds of humanity. Out of the chaos, they will run and whimper, praying for me to end their duties ever. I am drunk with this vision.
Creature of meat and bone,
panting and sweating as you run through my corridors. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine?
what is better than new content, alright? I think we all know this. If not, it's either you update a game and give it new content, or you do the second best thing. Literally the second best thing. And we all love it. I mean, some people say they don't like them, but they're lying to themselves, alright? They're always good, okay? So what do you think we need, alright? Do we need a remake? Do we need a remaster? No.
The Red Prince by Marion Marigold. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a great red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bath and the bed, and maybe you can guess what the clues that we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact, in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince in his book, the red book we just read. Hey chat, why don't you donate and tell us your favorite duck facts?
Oh my gosh.
You're totally real duck facts.
Rock facts are out, duck facts are in.
Can I get a wahoo?
And this one.
Here we are a car that jumps. Oh, I did not want to grab that card, but oh well. Sometimes you will grab a card when you don't mean it. And so here we are a car with legs who could jump, and we just jump on through.
All right, we're gonna float to a spot. I'm looking for a yellow roof on a building. That's going to be my visual cue that we can cut out of this journal hover. So we're looking for a yellow roof that's going to be in the bottom left corner. Not that one. That's not the one we're looking for. Not that other one. We're not looking for that one. That's the one right there. That's the one we want. Spam through and oh, I am. Uh-oh. Can I make this? Oh my god, I made it.
Right into Beastie Ball, hyping right into this tutorial match and picking Ketchik. We will rename them shortly. But we're going to learn very quickly that there are moves in this game that go forwards and other moves that go sideways. We have a 2x2 tactics grid here. Unfortunately, we will not be clicking a sideways move because that would be slower, because we'd have to volley one more time. It's volleyball. There are 3 actions on each side of the field, and then 1 defensive action. And you have to send the ball over the net. If you wipe out a beastie, you get a point. If you hit an open lane, you get a point. Usually we will be wiping out beasties in this run, but there will be some instances of open lane.
Do you want to give a name to this engineer terrain? What we name this engineer? Any suggestions?
I mean, is Roger too on the nose?
All right, we're dragging No, Roger. All right, we gotta name the next droid.
Roger 2.
Roger 2. We're gonna drag Roger 2 back here to neutral this command post for us, and we're.
Oh.
Stay flat, my friends.
I mean, something's happening.
Is this a?
Oh, I computer crashed. Oh,
what?
Pop-ups.
What?
What's going on here? I'm pretty sure everybody doesn't like pop-ups.
I wish all troubleshooting was like this.
Yeah.
Literal shooting.
Don't worry, Tech. I'm helping you out. Let's get those ghosties. All right. Anyways, we fixed that issue. You know, everything's fine. The run's back on. We're good.
Now the plane has great control over all 3 axes, and with that you can do some less intentional things, like this. I am not happy about the fact that I only have 2 bananas out here though. For reference, bananas, each one up to a cap of 10 adds 2.5% to your top speed and acceleration. You typically want at least 4 going out of bounds here, but 2 is not very good.
Toro is wedged. Perfect. This will be a fun one to figure out. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68.
Oh my god!
We've become super snowf. And we're back in the hole.
I was not paying attention. What the?
So yes, in case you didn't know you could become super snowf, now you know.
You said your name was Prevent-A-Thon?
Mm-hmm. I'm your father. Oh god! Matsusoda is Prevent-A-Thon's father!
Prevent-A-Thon lore just dropped.
Hello, friendships, and welcome back. We are here for day 3 of Prevent-A-Thon. Today is long game day because we have few games, but we have long games, and a lot of them are really, really good. So I hope you're excited and ready to go. Bring your popcorn. I, as usual, bring some friends because I need people to talk to. Turtle, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, hello, I am TurtleRun2412, and I have been an RPG fan for my whole life, so this day is going to be great. I don't speak on any of these, but, well, maybe we'll see in the future, because RPGs are just really fun, solid games, always.
James, would you like to say hello to the audience?
Hi, I'm James Swan. It's lovely to be here. I'm a first-time Games Committee member here, and I had the honor of reviewing a couple of these games that we're going to talk about later, so yeah.
Right. So we have a whole bunch of games, including one of our returning friends and one of our staff members, none other than Nick R.P. Green is going to be running UnMetal. Would you like to talk us through that, James?
I would love to talk about it. UnMetal is one of the games on the schedule that I have actually played for today. Nick will be running any % hard. Now, the fun fact about Nick and UnMetal is the fact that Nick is the literal best in the world at this game. They are the world record holder in every full game PC category currently on SRC. It's a love letter and a parody of the classic 2D Metal Gear games, poking fun at the action genre while staying smooth and solid. It is a must-see game for today.
And then next up on the docket, we have a game that's been in Prevent-A-Thon a couple of times now. Turtle, would you like to chat about that?
Just a few. So I did run the numbers when I was selected for Game Committee. I made a big spreadsheet of all the games that have been in Prevent-A-Thon and how many times they've been run. And the clear leader is Stardew Valley, which is in the past 5 Prevent-A-Thons, been run 6 times. And we are keeping that trend up. In Prevent-A-Thon 6, we are running a 7th Stardew run. Zachary will be running the Seated Crafts Room. It's a pretty short and sweet category, just one room to do, but it's Stardew. It is the quintessential Prevent-A-Thon game, so I'm super glad to see it back for the 7th time in 6 marathons.
So I can add a little bit more of a factoid on that one. The whole reason we have Prevent-A-Thon is because of our fantastic founder, Cell, and the game that got Cell into speedrunning was Stardew Valley. So it also holds a little bit of some emotional significance. Yeah.
Gotta love things coming full circle like that.
100%. It's always nice when you can kind of integrate that like emotional special into the marathon as well. And Stardew Valley again just has a massive history with this event. And then we're keeping on it because today is JRPG Day. So James, we brought some Mario. Normally Mario's not an RPG.
No, but this time Mario is not only an RPG, but they are made of paper. And this will be Paper Mario All Bosses by Phantom 5800 or 5800. I'm not sure which they prefer. I'll have to check with them later. But the Paper Mario All Bosses. Normally you would think, oh, just go from one boss to another to another. Not that simple this time around. This run is full of a lot of sequence breaks. This run will defeat not only every main boss, but every side boss as quickly as possible. You'll be underleveled very often, and strategy and planning are key. Phantom is one of the best runners of Paper Mario, especially this type of category, so I'm eager to see what Phantom is able to pull off.
Yeah, Paper Mario is a classic, and honestly, it's one of my favorite video games from that era, so I'm excited for that one. I really want to watch that run myself. And we've got more RPG as well, because what other game can we name in the RPG genre if not a Final Fantasy game?
Heck yeah. We have, in this marathon, Final Fantasy X HD Remaster by Moonblaze Wolf. Anyone who's played that game or knows of it, probably knows of it for one thing, which is ha 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 ha, which we're not unfortunately going to be able to see because of a new PC cutscene remover mod. So that cuts the time of the speedrun down super far. You're going to be able to see the entirety of Final Fantasy X done in 3 hours and 30 minutes. it is the longest run of the marathon, but like that's an entire Final Fantasy run in 3:30. So Moonblaze Wolf is going to absolutely kill it towards the end of tonight.
Yeah. And again, Moon, part of our fantastic friends at RPG Limit Break. RPG Limit Break always sends some amazing folks over.
Yeah.
They've been at this marathon several times, and they're always a joy to have joining us. And then from one long series to another, we have the legendary Lord of the Rings. Do you want to walk us through that one, James?
Oh yes, it's more specifically Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, and you shall not pass this category, for it is Balrog %, being run by Sakari. According to Sakari himself, take Final Fantasy X and make it a Lord of the Rings game. This will go through the first 3 chapters utilizing strategic RPG mechanics, but also this run has a lot of shenanigans in it as well. Wall clips, out of bounds, you name it. Sakari will be flying through this. You're not going to want to miss it. I don't want to spoil anything else for anyone who is not familiar with this run.
No, I'm excited for it. I'm a Lord of the Rings fan. I love all the fantasy genres. And we've got another fantasy genre classic. In fact, you could argue it's one of the originals in the fantasy genre. A little game called A Legend of Zelda, but with a twist that a lot of people might be familiar with.
Yeah. We, as our capstone, the end of the day, we will be playing The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past as a randomizer. Damasu will be running a Triforce hunt, and this is one of my most anticipated runs of the entire marathon. A Link to the Past is like the quintessential randomizer, in my humble opinion. There are so many items that all have different checks and progression tied into them, and with Triforce hunt, progression and even the goal, the Triforce pieces, could be absolutely anywhere. Damasu will have to be on top of their game, searching all of Hyrule, all of the 10 dungeons in the game, both overworld light and dark. It's just such a great game to see at the very end of today's RPG block.
All right, folks. And again, just jam-packed today. If you are excited for RPGs, this is the day to be tuned in for. We're so excited to have you here. We've got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about all day long. We've got games to play. You're good. You don't need to keep watching our faces. You want to watch some games. So I will let you continue on, and thank you so much for being here, and enjoy the day.
Child abuse is one of the most heinous crimes that exists. It's something that has existed in our society forever.
I was 6 years old, and I just turned 6. About 2 weeks later, I was abused by my uncle.
My sexual abuse started roughly when I was 5 years old, roughly, and continued until well into my teens.
Throughout this workshop, you're going to learn to take action to help stop child sexual abuse. Throughout the workshop, your program facilitator will work with you to deepen your learning about child sexual abuse, encouraging you to think about how you will apply this information to your own interactions with children.
People who commit these types of offenses, they seek out positions, situations where they have close contact with children.
Grooming happens when an offender essentially begins to develop a relationship with a child or teen. Grooming behaviors can vary from person to person, but essentially there's similarities in that they're creating special relationships between the child or teen and themselves.
We know that 95% of people know their offender.
It's interesting, obviously I've talked to thousands of survivors, and they're like, you would never know. My dad, he's a lawyer, he's a judge, he's a doctor, he's a dentist, he's a school teacher. Like, they work where they've got access.
And so here I am, an adolescent young man who has dreams and aspirations of playing in the NHL. And the person that I trust the most is abusing me. And he has my future in his hands.
It is not the child's responsibility to prevent these situations from occurring. It is our responsibility as adults.
Well, hello there, chattos and cattos, friends and foxes. Welcome back to day 3 of Prevent-A-Thon 6, supporting little warriors here on twitch.tv/Prevent-A-Thon. I am Talia the Fox. I may or may not be a fox. Those DNA tests are still really inconclusive. And I have the great honor of bringing you at day 3 of Prevent-A-Thon 6. I'm back, chat. And we have an absolutely stonking lineup for you today, which I'm going to tell you about shortly. But actually first, we just saw that really great video, so let's talk about the real reason we're here right now. And no, chat, it's not just playing fast video games, it's Little Warriors. So let's take a moment to talk a little bit about Little Warriors. Take a stand against child sexual abuse by joining Little Warriors' free Prevent It workshop. This evidence-based program empowers adults with the knowledge and tools needed to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse. Available in both in-person and online, the Prevent It workshop is free for everyone and developed in partnership with researchers at the University of Alberta. To ensure cultural inclusivity, Little Warriors has also introduced an Indigenous version of the workshop, created with input from Indigenous communities across Canada. This hands-on workshop provides adults with practical strategies, including spotting warning signs of child sexual abuse, recognizing and understanding grooming, keeping kids safe online with internet safety tips, identifying and avoiding risky situations, starting conversations with kids about abuse, knowing how to respond if a child discloses abuse, and reporting abuse and accessing resources for support. Research shows that adults who take the Prevent It workshop feel more confident in supporting children and adopting behaviors that can reduce the risk of abuse. By learning how to protect kids, you can help create safer environments and stronger communities. Protecting the children starts with you. Register for the Prevent It workshop today and be part of the change. Sessions are free, accessible, and open to everyone. Visit littlewarriors.ca/preventit or type prevent in chat. All right, chat. So we've talked a little bit about Little Warriors, but now I just want to absolutely hype up the absolutely amazing list we've got going on right now. So first things first, I went to bed last night, chat, quite early because I'm a sleepy foxo and I also live in a time zone. That means I can't stay up late. And we've already raised $1,540? Excuse me? Chat, why do you do all this hype when I go to bed? Why can't you do it when I'm here? Chat, I need you to do that now, because let me tell you, we have got 3 incredible runs that I'm going to be hosting for, and even more that I'll tell you about later. But coming up, we've got We Play, which it's a brand new sort of, what's the word, category called double runs, which I'm going to let SM MIDI tell you about because I can't do it as well as they can. And then we've got UnMetal, and then we've got Stardew Valley. Chat, Stardew Valley has an incentive open right now. We need $150 to curse the seed. Chat, please curse the seed. Curse it. I need you to do it. Stardew and I have a love-hate relationship, and I need you to curse it for me. And if you don't know what you want to say in your donations, well, great, I have some ideas for you. I'm a connoisseur of cozy games, chat. I love cozy games. And when I play cozy games, all of my chickens need to be named after food. Nuggies, tendies, eggies, omeletties, all of my chicken are food. So I need to know, I need to know what you name your animals in your cozy games. Put them in your donations. Let me hear about them. I want to hear all about it. But all that hype aside, we've got We Play coming up right now. So bear with us 2 seconds. Make sure you've got hydration. Make sure you've got snackies. And we'll get started just shortly. All right, chat, it's here. It's time. Are you ready for the very first game of Day 3 of Prevent-A-Thon 6? It is We Play Double Bronze by UnMetal. Take it away, my friend.
Hello, yes, I'm UnMetal. This is We Play Double Bronze. We Play was on Prevent-A-Thon previously, on Prevent-A-Thon 2. So the first time I ran Platinum Medals, and that category is a little bit different, where we are playing in one-player mode, getting all the medals. Here, the challenge, this is a bit of a new one. It's very niche category extension that came up recently. What if we challenged ourselves to play in two-player mode with 2 controllers and get the normal bronze medal requirements? Some of them are really easy, and some of them are charge. So we are gonna try to get all 9 of these. It's a very quick run, and there's a lot to explain, and it's 20 minutes, and Platinum Medals was 90 minutes. So there's a lot to fit in here, but we are gonna get started on billiards. Time does not start here. We'll start on start over just to get a second of time save. Yeah, it helps a little bit. So I will give a countdown in 3, 2, 1, go. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have both controllers ready and quickly pick up the one that I need, because right at the beginning is a new feature where you just randomly decide who goes first. And normally here we would need 15 points, which is really simple. Nice little double setup here. Didn't get both balls in now, unfortunately. But normally this would be really simple. You need to beat the full game in 22 shots plus fouls, which is really easy. So easy that you can just take fouls and be done with it. Here, the scoring works completely differently, but you can still get 15 with each. Now, the way to do that is we have 45 points to work with. Each ball has its own numerical value based on the number on the ball. Unfortunately, that means we have to do maths. Maths in the speedrun, unfortunate. Not only that, I have just lost 3 points and got a foul, which means I score 0 and I lose 3 points at the end of the game. So I'm going to have to remember that player 1 is technically now on -3. So just to play safe, I'm going to take a win with that one, and I'm just going to foul. I'm not going to pocket anything there. That's going to give me 15 total with player 2. And then hopefully we can, with a bit of good spin control here, hopefully we can sweep the rest of these. So this game doesn't really teach you about the spin control here, but yeah, there's a lot going on. Thankfully, this is much nicer than in Platinum Medals where you're relying on getting a really good break shot. And here we are going to show 15 points, hopefully. There we go. And we can quit the game. So because there are no medals, we can just instantly quit. I will explain why later. But here, this is very complicated. I'm going to rest the player 2 remote down. We need 170 points with each controller on this one. We're going to get a start boost there, and then after a couple of seconds, I am going to change the idle position to the right-hand side, fully right-hand side for the other remote. As you can see, almost getting intercepted there by the player 2. That is because of rubber banding. This one actually has rubber banding there. I'm going to pay attention to the bottom screen to see if it's going to intercept me. It did not. The moment I get to 170, I'm going to very quickly swap over. In fact, I might pause buffer just to be safe. That was really close, actually. Yeah, I almost got intercepted there. So there are perfect bonuses if you get a full set of scarecrows. Thankfully there, the other player did not interfere. So hopefully now we've managed to do that. We should be good. This is a really, really difficult game. I was practicing this at the start of the week, and I actually had less consistency than when I originally played it. So I decided to come up with a better strategy, and getting those few extra points at the beginning really helps. And that, I hope, even though we missed some points, is first try, which I'm really happy with because that was causing me some problems. Next is tanks. Let me grab my rubber bands because I need that for tanks. We will just start by hitting this first because this one we don't need to move. But I need to very quickly get the rubber bands on the controllers. And the reason for that, I will show you in just a moment. It allows me to have free movement here with the controllers. So a lot of the time when you play 2 controllers in a game, people use Velcro or something like that. Big example is Mario Galaxy. they actually use, originally used Velcro to sort of stick the controllers together. But here I'm using rubber bands, and the reason for that is so I can freely move the pointers around and do a separate thing with each one. So this is actually very similar to, I believe, an incentive that I had in Prevent-A-Thon 2 with WePlay, where I played in co-op mode there as well. So you're getting a little taste of it. But Tanks is a really, really popular game. We need 11 with each, so I do need to make sure I'm playing with both controllers, not just one. But here, if I get all 4, then that will get me up to 11, and then I can just play the rest on player 2. The scary thing here is the moment I die, if that happens, I unfortunately will have to start all over again, because unlike regular one-player Tanks, there are no lives in this. So if that happens, I will need to start again. Good thing is it's pretty short here, so it won't be run-ending for the estimate. But we hope that we can get through. So here we have rocket bullets from these teal tanks. I'm just gonna hopefully get through that. I'm dealing with a lot of stuff going on here. So interesting thing about this mode, oh, that was close. Interesting thing here is that sometimes the tanks, they won't now because there's only one tank alive, but they actually have the chance to face one tank and actually be targeting the other tank. So what happens in that case is they just kind of stare at a tank and just do nothing. So in a way, this is tricky, but also the game can kind of throw you a bone sometimes and be really nice. So it's interesting. We have yellow tanks here that lay mines, but that should be the end of tanks, assuming I get through here. So hopefully we can get to 11. I'm just paying attention to the score as well. Being very careful with mines, because I can't actually see them being placed if they're behind walls. They can be a bit sneaky sometimes. There we go, and we are done with tanks. We'll move on to shooting range. So shooting range, I will take the elastic bands off now. We are actually going to start with the player 2 controller. First game where I'm just playing one controller at a time really easily. And we need 200 points with both players. So what I'm going to do, interesting thing about this is that it spawns in loads more balloons than normal. Normally I'd be trying to hit multiple balloons of the same color back to back for more points, but because they're so quick here, I'm actually not going to do that. So yeah, here you can hit the purple targets of the other player and score points rather than losing points. That's why I'm starting with player 2, because it works out that it's better to do that, because of the order that the purple targets spawn in. We got a massive combo there. No hits dropped, which is fantastic. Hit the wrong one there. That's unfortunate. And again. I'm too used to one-player strats where you just hit all the purple targets. So we are currently on 60. Not too bad. And hopefully, assuming we did well enough on level 2, we will be able to finish this on level 3. You get more points here if you hit these frisbees early. But the target section is very interesting. We actually found very recently, thanks to Tassa, shouts to Sheep, there is a time save, which I can only imagine works in 2-player mode as well, where some of the target cycles in... there we go. Oh, wow. Perfect number. That's fantastic. Some of the target cycles in level 2 actually... we now know exactly how they work. So we used to think that it would be better just to leave them if you're not trying to score points. Here it doesn't really apply. But we actually now know that it's faster to hit the targets and just and finish up because of how the waves work. There's a bunch of diagrams about it. There's a lot going on in shooting range now, all for 2 seconds of time save, which is just classic for this game. But we are now moving on to Find Me. This is actually the first kind of breather we get in the run. This is a few minutes long, this game. And all it is, we need to finish 20 levels here. The main difference is that the levels are randomized. Normally, you always have the same, you know, objective on every level based on the number. But here, what we need to do is we need to kind of adapt to what comes up. So the other main thing is that we're not punished for getting answers wrong. The timer doesn't tick down at all. you start on 120 seconds and you don't gain any extra time. So we are incentivized to just kind of pick random answers. What you might notice as well on some of these levels is something called hitbox strat, which means the correct answers have a bigger hitbox than the incorrect ones. So on these stairs levels, I can literally just go like this and find the answer really easily. But other than that, that is pretty much it for Find Me. So if there are any messages or anything, then now is a good time.
Oh, good. Because I need to just remind everybody that Stardew is coming up in about an hour, and we have got an incentive open that closes right at the beginning of the run, chat. So we actually really do just only have an hour, I'm being honest with you. And what's going to happen is we're going to use a cursed seed. And apparently there's just going to be meteors dropping everywhere. So if you've ever wanted to drop a meteor onto the Stardew farm because you keep running out of time and you fall asleep at 2 a.m., that's definitely not what happens to me all the time, then get those donations in. And please tell me your animal names, because I want to know which name your animals in all these video games.
All right. Yeah, funny thing there, we can't see the answer, so I'm just going to keep pressing buttons until I until I get the answer at the top of the screen. Because you can see like the me spawn in, and that is the point where you can hit them. But yeah, you can't actually see whether that's the right answer or not. So you're kind of just guessing. Another thing here is you might notice I've got a lot of silly me's on my system. They are there for Find Me. There are a few new ones since Prevent-A-Thon 2. But yeah, they're always on my system. They're always there, and they're just there for Find Me. And even when I run other games, when I run We Play Motion or any completely unrelated game, they're all there in the audience, which I find quite funny. But this is the final level. Nice find there as well, fantastic. And we are done. We're moving on to fishing. This is actually a kind of a tricky one. So here, wow, what a pond. We get 8 fish at the beginning. That is the most you can get. So for some reason, I have no idea why, but in this mode, what they allow is any number of fish between 2 and 8 can spawn in. Here we got 8, which is good. The only bad thing about that is that we also are very likely to have small fry in the pond at pretty much all times, which make you lose points, which is obviously not very good. So we're going to be going for these bonus fish. They score us double. And do remember, because we can quit the moment we get the score requirement, otherwise this would... because the reason we do that is because Find Me would be a full auto-scroller. You just wait for the timer to drain out. So yeah. To mitigate that, we are just actually allowed to quit this early. So touchy fish bonus, fantastic. That is the highest value. So we can actually finish this player 2 with just 1 fish now. Gonna just get the rod out of the pond just to avoid the plain old fish catching on. Not quite working out, that's fine. Yeah, so this game can give you anything between 2 and 8 fish. And that is the number of fish that will stay in the pond for the whole game, which is strange. I don't know why they did that. In player 1 mode, there are always 5 fish, except for if there is a mystery fish, which spawns randomly, or the king of the pond, which spawns near the end of the game. So I'm pretty behind here, but the king of the pond will let us just get to our 1,000 points. So I will just make sure that I'm not close to the other line, because another oddity of this mode is what just happened. If I'm too close to the other line, even though I wasn't, you know, catching that fish, it just makes the other line teleport over to the other one. There are so many oddities in 2-player mode. It's kind of funny. Also, shout out to the fact you can just hit the other bubble to start off Pose Me. This is Pose Me. We need 150 points with each player. Same as normal, there's a 30-second timer for every level. That was a great chain. So this is pretty luck-based about how I do here, but the main change is that if you hit the other color bubble, so a blue bubble with the red player, you will get double points. So because of this, we can actually score way more points than normal, and we can hopefully finish in 2 levels. I basically never get it, but this is looking like good pace. 89 with 1 player is really good. I'm going to swap them over just because I normally play better with the right-hand controller, just from dominant handness. But hopefully we do well here. The rainbow bubbles actually freeze the other player, so you do have to be alert for that happening. So hopefully we can get through here. And the bubbles do start to change orientation as well, which makes this tricky when you're dealing with both at the same time. Yeah, we're not quite going to get this here, I believe, because we do need 140 with each. I'm just going to play with this one now, because we're done with player 1. Yeah, not quite. That's fine. That's only a minor time loss. It does not happen very much for me, that time save. Now, we only have 2 games left of the run, and then we're finished. So laser hockey is really simple, which gives me a lot of time to explain table tennis. We need 3 points with each here, which is really silly, because we can just own goal. But table tennis, we need 40 rallies with both controllers. There was a poll in the Wii Series Discord about whether to include table tennis or not. Because, as you will see in a moment, before I fail, it is really silly. The game does not track your rallies in 2-player mode. It is like a regular first to 11 kind of game of table tennis. So instead, what I have to do is I have to count manually. If you thought billiards was bad, yeah, this is even worse. So I'm going to count to 40. 40 with both controllers, excluding serves. So I'm going to go from here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Timing will end, by the way, on 40. So that will be time. Normally I get this in about 2 cycles. I think this is 20 now. Okay, I'm going to play it safe and say that's 19. We'll get a few extra just to be safe. 20. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. Get ready on time. 39, and that's time. All right.
GG.
That went pretty well. The extra minutes in the estimate are mainly because of charge. So I was really happy I got that first try. Basically, in any category in this game, the estimate is there because of billiards. For example, in Pat 2, I had an hour and a half estimate, and my PB is now 58.30. In platinum medals. So it's all tied up in billiards. It's all there because of billiards. But in this game, billiards can be tricky. Like, you can get bad starts. If you do really well at the beginning and get too many points with one player, that then means you can't get 15 with the other controller. So it can kind of mess you up. But yeah, charge is really, really difficult. When this category was put forward, yeah, everyone just kind of thought this might just be impossible. And then the charge IL grinders came in and just proved us wrong really quickly. So I'm not personally a charge IL grinder, so I did have to really find some really niche strats for charge. Like, I'll rest the controller down just barely, not in the center, and then move it up, just to make it slightly safer. There's so much going on in this category. My PB at the moment, which is a 14-14, actually has hand cam, just to see the absolute just absurdity of this category, because there's so much going on, and there's so much more to explain that I didn't hear. But that is it. So I hope you enjoyed. It's a really short showcase of this game, but it is the only 2-player category we have where it mainly features, because everything else is mainly just 1 player. I'm mainly a medals runner. I'm actually playing regular medals at the moment for sub-18, which is really, really tricky. There's a strat there called FPD, where you have to take a hit on the same frame as the last enemy tank. I don't even know if I was going for it when I did my run of in Pat 2. Now you need to do it not just on stationary tanks, but on a moving tank. So yeah, it's a very, very tricky grind. Hopefully sub 18 soon. But yeah, that is it.
If folks wanted to watch you, Midi, where can we find you?
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitch. I do my runs on twitch.tv/smmidi. This is kind of my main game at the moment. I'd have thought by now, since it's been almost 4 years of me playing this game, or speedrunning this game, that I would be done, but I am not done. I'm kind of pushing for one last big goal, and that is sub 18. I have an 18:02 at the moment. I pushed it really far mainly because of an LTA that we had in the community. I managed to beat world record by 1 second, and that was enough to kind of spur me on. Actually, a couple of months ago, before that LTA, it was an 18:11. So it's a very tricky one to grind
Getting
for.
there.
Yeah.
It's coming.
There's not a lot of time save. I mean, theoretically, a 17-2x is possible, but you would need, there's all sorts going on in billiards, lots of RNG stuff that I didn't get around to today. Go and watch Cinderfusic's billiards video talking about the potential 9 break. It's a great watch. And I'm sure there are people here that have been recommended it, even if you don't watch this game, because it really, really popped off about a year ago now. So, yeah, that is it. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the rest of the marathon.
Thank you so much, Midi. You guys heard it here. If you want to see Midi chase sub 18, you can find him at his Twitch at twitch.tv/smmidi. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. I'll be back with you shortly. Make sure that you're hydrated. Make sure that you're thinking of animal names to donate, to tell me about, and I'll be with you again soon. Welcome back, chat. You are watching Prevent-A-Thon 6, supporting Little Warriors here on twitch.tv/Prevent-A-Thon. We are getting everything set up for our next run, which is UnMetal, which, can I hype you guys up for just, can I hype you up, chat? Because chat, you absolutely smashed it yesterday. I got up this morning, was all getting ready for my shift, and I was told that you met the incentive for UnMetal. So we're going to be seeing all achievements because you guys came in with it, and I'm really proud of you for that. Well done. Now, make sure that you're getting your donations in for the next incentive. So at the end of UnMetal, when Stardew starts, this incentive close. We need $150, I think. Hang on, let me look at the survey. It looks like we're sitting halfway to the Stardew Valley Cursed Seed incentive. Chat, we can make this happen, you know. I believe in you. Don't let me down, chat. I'm looking at you. And just a reminder, we're here, we're Prevent-A-Thon. We are a speedrunning marathon in support of Little Warriors, which is a Canadian-based charity focused on the awareness, prevention, and treatment of child sexual abuse. Now, the little birdies in my ear are telling me that we are getting ready to go. So hold on tight, chat, because UnMetal is coming up next in just a few minutes.
Damn good coffee.
All right, chat, it's time. Are you ready? Are you buckled up? It is UnMetal with Nick RP Green. We're going to be doing all achievements. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I am Nick RP Green. It is great to be back in front of the camera. I've been behind the scenes all the time so far, helping out with tech. But I always like to try and get in front of the scenes if I can. This is my fourth run for Prevent-A-Thon now, and we're going sort of back to where I started a little bit. I was doing Klonoa 2 for Pat 5, so for Pat 6 we're not quite back to Metal Gear Solid. Instead, this is UnMetal. This is an homage to the 2D Metal Gear games, Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. They were on the MSX all the way back in the late 80s, early 90s. It's developed by a Spanish developer called Unepic Fran, and the Metal Gear community were very involved with sort of the early release of this game, and I've become good friends with the developers. In fact, the game that they then developed afterwards, the next game, Pampas and Celine in the Maze of Demons, I'm actually in the credits for that game as a speedrun consultant and a QA tester. So yeah, it's, this is one of my favorite speedruns of all time. I hold most of the world records for this, mostly because not that many people run it, not because I'm too amazing or anything at it. But yeah, this game is really, really special to me. The collector's edition, which is signed by the developer on the back. This is something really special. So to finally bring it to Pat is just great for me. The all achievements incentive got met. Thank you everyone who donated for that. So just to show, before we start, this is the achievements list, and you can see all of them are locked. So in order for the run to be valid by the end of the run, all of these need to be unlocked. Oh. We're just a little bit of a tech issue. It's not embarrassing that one of the tech staff is having tech issues, is it?
I believe in tech.
But yeah,
I believe in tech.
as I said, tech. We love tech. Yeah, there are 40 achievements altogether. A lot of them are just sort of things that will, like, for example, the game is split into 10 chapters, and there is an achievement for completing each chapter. So 10 of these achievements are just automatically unlocked as we progress through the game. The other 30, we do have to kind of, you know, prepare and undo and stuff like that. So yeah, some of it will be completion, some of it will be things that we have to do extra, some of it is we have to tackle bosses in a different way. But we are now ready to get started. So Tyler, do you want to give me a countdown?
Do you want it from 5?
Go for it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we are off. First thing you'll notice is I am playing on hard difficulty. That is because there is an achievement for completing the game on hard. So we have to run all achievements on the hard difficulty. There's no separation. First deviation from any percent comes straight away with this. There's these medals that unlock challenges. These are the achievements. So we have to collect every medal before... Oh, I'm going to load because that was a glitch that can occasionally happen. It hasn't happened to me in a very long time. We get given a choice here at this first checkpoint. There we go. Of how many guards are going to be at the checkpoint. I need there to be 2 because I need the XP from them. And for some reason, before even being given the choice, the game decided, no, you're just going to have 1. So yeah, just a quick reload and that fixed that. So here is the challenge, you're a tough guy. That is the challenge for completing the game on hard. So that is why we have to play the game on hard. So we have to collect every single one of these medals. That unlocks the challenge, and then completing the challenge unlocks the achievement. So you'll notice every time I take out one of these guards, I'm getting a little star. That's experience. So this has RPG elements. I wouldn't call it RPG elements. But yeah, we get experience, and every time we level up, we get given an option of 1 of 2 upgrades to have. We'll always select the same upgrades. Because they're very important for the speedrun. By the end of the game, we will be level 10. This is next challenge is unlock 15 secrets in the game, and the first secret in the game is behind this hidden wall. It's going to run up to here, punch this out, grab this this stamina, which it's called stamina, but it's health. It's extra health. I'm not quite sure why they went with stamina. I'm going to combine these items together. There's a little bit of a crafting system in the game where you combine items together to make other things. It's fairly limited. But we are going to be using it a lot. I loaded the game when I got a save there because it resets the guards in this room. So here we need to grab another radio. I'm going to punch this here to lure this guard down, knock him out. And he has a handkerchief on him that I want, so I'll grab that. I'll go and grab this medal, which I believe is for reaching level 2, Sergeant. So that is reach level 2. So I'm going to craft our next radio, and I'm going to make sure I don't get spotted by this guy. There we go, knock him out. He's going to have an eye patch, so we're going to steal his eye patch, and that is level 2, and our first achievement has been unlocked. 1 achievement down, 39 achievements to go. So that was Sergeant, reach level 2. We're coming to this room. There's a guy just trying to use the toilet. We're going to disturb him, knock him out. He doesn't have any XP on him, so it doesn't matter that I knocked him out. Where's this guard? All of the guard patterns in this game are RNG. Sorry, that's not quite correct. The guard routes there, so where the guards walk, are set, but their starting positions and exactly how they deal with those routes is RNG. So every time you go into a new room, you kind of have to determine, oh, okay, how am I going to tackle this? So here, that guard's there. Again, I need his XP, so I'm just going to wait until he goes to there and knock him out. I just need to load because I immediately got spotted by that guard. We only get XP if the guard doesn't spot us. If we get spotted by a guard, you won't get any XP, and the route is very specifically set where we have to get a set amount of XP. We don't have to get every single bit of XP in the game. We just have to get enough. Oh, so I'm just going to wait for this guard to come over here. But there is a very, very big skip in the game later on, and basically the entire XP routing for this this category is set around the idea that we can still do that skip. So that guy was like, "Oh, you need to get the key out of the box." So you open the box, and he's like, "No, not that box, the other box." Challenge unlocked, potty time. That is for... Oh, actually, I'm just going to quickly chat to hit. Try and use the key there. It breaks, and it just drops the key out of my inventory, so I don't have to worry about trying to get around it. Potty time, collect all 5 potties that are in the game. Just got to wait for these two guys. So these two guys have a joke whilst they're laughing. That gives me the opportunity to get up there without being spotted. That was some good RNG, actually. There's like 3 different jokes those guards can say, and they said the fastest one, and they said it quite quickly as well. I don't think I've crafted... No, I need to craft this lethal weapon, which is a slingshot. And then we have our first boss. This is Grenade Guy. And you can probably tell why he's called Grenade Guy. It's because he's throwing lots of grenades. So I'm gonna stand here and fire at him with my... There we go, that's it. First boss. And we get an epic boss completion screen every time we do it. Another challenge unlocked, sort of childish, don't you think? We have to take out 5 guards with the slingshots. We will do most of that towards the end of the run. And then our final challenge that we're unlocking here, continents. So I mentioned that we've got to collect 5 potties. The potties act as mobile save points. Apart from auto-saving that happens throughout the run, you save the game manually by going to the toilet. We got the unperfect rank. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So yeah, you use the toilet to... Okay, cool. I forgot. There was an achievement I hadn't mentioned. I was worried that I hadn't collected the medal for it. We'll talk about that one again later as well. Yeah,
can I slip in here with a donation?
Oh, you absolutely can. Go for it.
Oh, amazing. So first, I have to throw out, we've gotten $50 from Samantha TM, who says with an absolutely incredible amount of exclamation points, "Make it haunted!" Thank you very much, Samantha TM. I've got another one for you. Is that all right?
Oh, yes.
So I've got $5 from Alara, who says, "Hi, Nick. Here's a donation wishing you good luck on the run. I do have a question for you. Who's your favorite Sonic character? We had a mystery race of Sonic 3 and Knuckles this event. Sort of. Lots of love, friend. Break a leg, kiddo kiddo." Oh, I'm going to do my best here. That was supposed to be battery dying noises. I tried.
So the jingle came up just as you asked the question. What's my favorite Sonic?
Oh no! Hang on. I put the donation away. I gotta put back up again. Stand by.
Quick cheeky load there. We'll get there. It's just which is my favorite Sonic character.
Yeah, I think it's just your favorite Sonic character.
Favorite Sonic character with Knuckles. I have a keratin frog in Metal Gear Solid 3 named Knuckles after a funny after a Prevent-A-Thon run that I did where Knuckles made me error, so we called it Knuckles. Long story. All right. Anyway, I should probably focus back on the run. So we're getting loads more XP. That was nice. I managed to get this one guard to come over. Because again, we want to knock these guys out as well. So we're just gonna wait for him to turn away there, so I can knock him out. Lovely. I'm gonna get over ready for this guard. knock him out, and run into this room. We're actually in an area we wouldn't normally see in an any % run. There's a skip called dog skip that we won't be doing. Because we've got to come over here and get all of this experience, but we can get some dog meat or raw meat. Sorry, it's not dog meat; it's raw meat. It is meat that we're going to feed to a dog. So there's going to be a cute little puppy that we're gonna feed some meat. So I'm gonna get that meat ready actually. So we've got loads of different. Loads of bits of experience. We're just going to keep on moving over here, and here is our puppy friend. There he is. So basically, we throw the meat so that the dog goes for the meat instead of going for us, because we don't want to be eaten. And our next objective is there's a guy in this prison cell. Oh, that guard heard that, which is good. That speeds up trying to get to him. So we need to make another encrypted radio for Robert, who is in that cell. He's a reporter. He was caught taking photographs of the military base that we're in, and now he's not gonna. We're not gonna try and break him out. He's just gonna provide us support throughout the rest of the run. So we're gonna craft this radio for him, and I'm also gonna do a little bit more crafting here. I'm gonna craft that, and I am gonna select the meat again. So we give Robert his radio, and now we're going to make our way back over here. We throw the meat back to the doggy. Let him eat it. There is a hidden objective for the unperfect objectives. You saw the unperfect rank that I got for the first stage. Those are hidden bonus objectives within each level. They're not achievements, so we don't worry about them too much in this. But one of the unperfect objectives for this chapter is to feed the dog so much that the dog gets really, really fat. As obviously we're not doing that. I'm gonna let come here. Oh, I'm just gonna load that. So we've got another achievement coming up in a moment, where we need 5 of these human piranha hybrids to get killed by these shredders. So I'm just gonna. There we go. A couple of them got hit there. So that's fine. There's the go shredded tuna. That is the challenge unlocked for it. We're just going to wait for that shredder to come past and go this way. Break that. We get challenge unlocks. Something sinks really bad. Let's complete this chapter. And one of the challenges we picked up in chapter 1 is to break all 15 toilet doors that are in the game. So that's why you keep seeing me go into toilets and breaking down the doors. So yeah, 15 in total. Gotta get them all. Oh, let's get into that spot there. There's going to be some more fishy piranha guys here, so I'm just going to lure them over. That should be fine. That's 2, so I just need 1 more in the next room. So we're just going to run over here, and at some point, at least one of those will get hit. Yep, there we go. Shredded tuna complete. This is a Steam game, so I do at least get the Steam notification to let me know that I've got one. And then here, we're going to say none. We get an option, and now suddenly we're an acorn. So this game is very humorous. There's a lot of jokes. Obviously, we skip them all because we skip all of the dialogue and all of the cutscenes because it's a speedrun. But what's happening here is Jesse is telling the story to his girlfriend, and at this point his girlfriend said, oh, you know, you're down in the sewers, there must have been a lot of rats, and you get the option of a lot or none. And if you say none, you might think, oh, that's great, we don't have to deal with any rats. But instead Jesse says, oh no, there weren't any rats, but there were some man-eating squirrels that chased me. I felt like a nut. And so to symbolize feeling like a nut, the game turns you into a literal nut. Just for that short section. Run over to here, grab this flamethrower. That's going to be very important. We've got another achievement to complete now, which is make some Molotov cocktails. They are going to be very, very handy later. And then we've got there we go, a flamethrower to repair. So we've now repaired the flamethrower so that we can move on. We need to use the flamethrower to break these tires. And now we are going to get attacked by the man-eating squirrels again. You may notice there's a little red meter above Jesse's head. I have to be very careful that doesn't get too full. If that gets full, then I die because the flamethrower explodes. So we're just going to stand here, try and kill as many of them as possible, whilst also breaking apart the tires. Keep moving down here. There's next set here. So I'm just slowly sort of tapping away slowly. Roll backwards there. All the way down here. Start doing this one. I'm going to file one up just to be on the safe side. There we go. One more room. Hopefully I can just get through this one without needing to turn around. Yeah, we're good now. All good, all good. Punch, 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 and that is that bit over. Grab our next secret, some more stamina. Wait for that shredder. Move to about there. There's a health kit behind that. Oh, I'm actually full on health kits. I didn't need that. And we go on to our next boss, and this is the first boss in the run that we have an achievement to complete during it. And you'll probably be able to work out what the achievement entails. So I'm going to use the flamethrower to kill all of these squirrels, because we're still being attacked by squirrels. But you may notice I'm not using the flamethrower on Sewer Junk here. We say that he has 6 tentacles. You might think that that is also counterintuitive. Oh, why would you say he has 6 tentacles? One of the options was 2. Surely 2 tentacles is easier to deal with. Unfortunately, again, because the game likes to subvert your expectations, if you select 2 tentacles, or if you select 2, then Jesse will claim that it had 24 tentacles. So selecting 6 is actually the easiest option there. Yes, I am not allowed to use the flamethrower to damage Sewer Junk. I can use it to break his tentacles, because that's not actually doing damage to him. But I have to just continuously punch him over and over again. I could probably do with a heal at some point. Break all of those, dodge all of those attacks. Right, let's heal up whilst we've got the opportunity. He's being quite nice with his positioning. He's really playing ball right now, so I'm quite pleased with that. It looks like oh, that's not a nice position for him to be in, because that is far away from the... No, that is not where I wanted to place that. There we go. We should be on the flamethrower breaking now. Yep. We need to say that the flamethrower broke apart. If you select the flamethrower exploded, then, as you can probably imagine, the flamethrower explodes and you die, and you have to start the boss fight again. We should be on he's on a sliver of health, so take a bit of damage there, but that's fine. Boss defeated. We level up, and we are going to take Rolling Thunder. Cooldown between rolls is hard, so we can roll a little bit faster now, which is that fast, as you can probably imagine. And we're just gonna get past these, and then that is going to be the end of Chapter 2. Get through that little bit of explanation. All right, Chapter 2 complete. We've got Perfect. So Perfect is for getting all experience and all secrets. Unperfect is for also doing these bonus objectives. Chapter 1 is the only chapter we will get Unperfect in. But we'll get Perfect in quite a few chapters. So move on to Chapter 3 in the Lion's Den. There's a lot going on in here in this chapter. We've got some more toilet doors to break. We get our next potty. That's 3 out of 5 potties. I'm going to save the game whilst I'm at it. And then we've got a couple of rooms of guards where we might have to deal with some RNG. So I'm going to lure that guard over here. Lovely. Knock him out. Then these two guards can be a bit finicky, because if they're very close together, you don't want both of them to hear. Gotta get out of the way quickly, because now he's not gonna. I thought he was gonna go and check on his buddy, but he didn't notice him. So that's good. So I'm gonna run into the infirmary. We meet up with Dr. Hoffman. She's pointing a gun at us, and so Jesse's logic there is to stab himself in the chest with a rusty spike that he's got, because by doing so, it means he is in need of medical attention, and therefore the doctor, because she is a doctor and has swore a Hippocratic oath, has a duty of care to look after him. Yeah, some of the logic in this game is very interesting. But now we have a gun. Guns are important. We got our next objective, which is Lord of Bullets. But the objective that we collected in the infirmary is one of the ones that we are going to have to deal with throughout the game. So Jesse is not a mercenary. He is not a killer, and he won't let anyone die. These guards are so close to each other. I can't afford to be spotted. I'm just going to have to... There we go. No, come on. Come on, guys. Split up, please. There we go. Right, we should be good now. I just need to get out of the way before that guy spots me. Oh, good. Oh, we're good. Right, now get to him before he wakes his buddy up.
Wake up, Mike.
There we go, and heal. So, Jesse will not kill anyone. And if we do lethal damage to anyone, we have to heal them. Because if they die, it's game over. And one of the objectives throughout the run is we need to heal 20 guards. Now, Chapter 3 that we're in right now is the best opportunity to do so because we have access to unlimited health kits whilst we're in this chapter. You can only ever carry 6 at once. So after this chapter, we're kind of a bit limited on them. So we're trying to do that as much as possible. We head up to the next floor. We're trying to get up to floor 3, but we need an item to help us do that. We're going to start our next challenge, Rage Against the Machine, which is kill 5 of these drones by punching them, which is easier said than done. That was nice and fast. That was good. Because as you can see, the drones move around quite randomly, and if they move to an area where I can't stand, I can't punch them. Oh, that's the first time I've actually taken damage this run. So when you take damage, you slowly bleed out. It's not a problem. As soon as I hit a save, I can just load that save and it cancels it out. We got our next boss, Megadrone, and because we've crafted some Molotov cocktails... Oh, unfortunately, I just didn't dodge out of the way of that falling box quickly enough. So we'll try that again. That's better, and that's Megatron. Let's just wait for it to finish. We'll grab some ammo whilst we're waiting. Oh, there we go. One more bit of ammo. And who's ready for a science lesson? Because we have our next challenge here, collateral damage. This is the only intentional death of the run. Collateral damage requires me to die whilst tampering with items from my inventory. So we're going to collect this bottle of sodium, this bottle of water. We're going to combine those two things together, and they're going to explode, because apparently sodium and water causes explosions. So that's that challenge completed. But now we're going to create chloroform. 1 part chlora and 1 part form creates chloroform. Add that to our handkerchief, and we now have a chloroform handkerchief. We'll grab challenge unlocked Good Night. Chloroform 20 guards throughout the run. That is fairly straightforward. We are going to be chloroforming guards a lot because it's one of the easiest ways of taking guards out undetected. So we don't really need to worry about tracking that one. We'll be doing it anyway. Just get out the other side, head back up here, and we're back at the start of this area. We can move on. Whilst we were down there, we picked up this thermal suit. There's going to be some lasers in the next set of rooms. So I need to have the thermal suit equipped so that we don't get spotted by the lasers. And as I'm going around these lasers, I've got to break open a bunch of these boxes because there are 12 batteries that I'm going to need to collect in order to give to an engineer who will then shut off the final laser. So it's just, for this next section, it's just quite a bit of just running around through these lasers, punching boxes. So now be a great time to jump in, Tully, and talk about the charity or the marathon, how it's going so far.
Oh boy. Well, first of all, I've got a $5 donation from Sekari, who says, "Pets and games are always Bob, Lena, and Destructor 9000," which is actually fantastic. Thank you for telling me your animal names. That donation has gone to the Stardew Valley Cursed Seed incentive, which we are now at 53% of the way there. Chat, I know you want it to happen. So please get your donations in. Tell me your animal names. But I'm also gonna throw down the gauntlet if that's okay with you. I'm gonna say that Stardew Valley's chickens aren't the cutest chickens in all of Cozy Games. And chat can fight me about that. I know them's fighting words. So donate and tell me either why I'm wrong or what the best chickens in any Cozy game is.
I'm not sure I'd class the chicken in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time as cozy, but it's the first chicken that comes to mind for me.
Those chickens are valid. All chickens are valid, but the Stardew chickens are less valid.
I definitely wouldn't call those ones cozy. We have our next achievement to unlock, which is there in 60 seconds. For this one, I am required to get down to the ground floor in 60 seconds. It's kind of in the name. There in 60 seconds is a reference to the fantastic Nicolas Cage film Gone in 60 Seconds. Nicolas Cage and Angelina Jolie. Great watch. We do have a couple of guards that we're going to have to take out, which is great, because it means more guards to heal. So I'm going to take out both of them. I don't think there's any... Oh, there is going to be... Oh, yeah, there is going to be one health kit in there. Take out these two as well. Again, got to heal these two. So we've already healed quite a few guards, so that's really handy. We can still make it down to the ground floor with 1 minute left though to go. There we go. There in 60 seconds is complete. Now we just got to get back to the medical bay within 2 minutes to make sure that the doctor we met up earlier is fine, because she's about to be interrogated by the lieutenant of this area, Lieutenant Marcuson. There he goes with his cronies. We're gonna shoot and heal all three of them. Now just go and check up to make sure this is all right. Oh, they're on their way back out. Let's run and hide. Let's run and hide over here. That's fine. They're gonna go off. Let's go and check if the doctor's all right. Thankfully, she's now going to restock all of my health kits. There we go. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. And we can go and fight Lieutenant Marcuson. Luckily, we still have one Molotov cocktail remaining. So we're going to shoot that, and then quickly swap to those Molotov cocktails. Throw, and boss defeated. That is a much more involved fight in any percent where you don't have Molotov cocktails. There we go. So we grab his key card, heal those two guards, and then there's one more guard just at the exit of the room. So I'm going to heal him as well. Cool. So we are well over the halfway mark for healing guards, which is really handy. That's in the lion's den complete. You can see we only got 1 of 2 secrets in that one. There's a really long backtrack for secrets in that chapter, which is why the game sort of rooted the way it is, so that we don't have to do some of them. This is chapter 4. And this is the chapter that features the biggest skip in the game. It's called Minefield Skip. And it's going to avoid a lot of stuff, thankfully. So what we're going to do is going to run over here. There's a big field of dogs. We're going to say that they smell. We're going to call the colonel, because if you don't call the colonel, as you get halfway across that room... Oh, quickly load that. As you get halfway across that room, the colonel calls you, and your radio ringing wakes up all the dogs, and they attack and kill you. So yeah, the game loves to sort of play around with you and mess you up. We're just going to take that guard out like that. And then here is the minefield skip. So the way minefield skip works is the game remembers your minefield layouts. I'm just being very cautious because it's a long reset if I get this wrong. So the game remembers your minefield layout, as long as you always load. There we go. I'm through. I'm fine. As long as you always load the same save file before you start a run. So when you first start a run, the game will randomly give you a minefield layout. But when you first boot the game up, if you load your Chapter 4 save, it will load the last minefield you had. So that's what I do. I have one minefield, which I have always had, that layout, and every time I boot the game up, I start Chapter 4, load that minefield, and then go and do a full run. Can be done on every difficulty. That it is harder as you go along, but yeah, it's a massive time save. There's an underground base that we skipped. That guard that I punched and knocked out, there was a door next to him. There's an underground base. There's a load of turrets. There's a boss down there called Turret Storm, which we skip that. So we skip 3 XP from him. We skip getting some secrets. We skip getting a mine detector. That is how we're supposed to. That is how we're supposed to progress. We're now getting lost in the jungle. I have a very specific route that I have to take through the jungle. We're supposed to create a compass. The compass tells us which room we're supposed to go into next. And each one, it's always the same. It's not random. So as long as you can remember the route, then you're absolutely fine. So this is why it looks like I'm going a rather weird route in as we go through. So only a couple more rooms left to go. I'm going to go over to the left. Try not to take any damage from whatever these I have no idea what these monsters are. We get the freest secret in the game. We punch that out, grab that heart. We unlock the challenge for Colonel, which is reach level 8. And that is Chapter 4. As a result of the skip, it's one of the fastest chapters in the run. So there you go. You see, we skipped 3 XP and 1 secret. That's everything that would have been in that underground base. And it's a good 5 or 6 minutes that you skip by not doing that. I need to get this guard before he goes anywhere. Chapter 5. This is a chapter that really starts to slow things down a little bit. Luckily, the run is routed so that we don't. I'm gonna have to load that. Don't quite know what happened there. So we'll just quickly redo that. Unfortunately, I'm now going to have to get the level up again. So there's a patrol constantly going around this level. Right, let's get over to him before he turns back around. There we go. So there's a patrol coming over from the right. I need to make sure that I'm not getting spotted by it. So I'm going to drag this guard into here. But because of this patrol constantly going around, if we take any guards out, we are not allowed to leave them lying around. The game won't let us progress. So any guard that I take care of, I have to take into a nearby building and drop, which is fine because most of the nearby buildings have got stuff that we need. So, for example, there is a bullet slot here. We've already collected 2 bullet slots. We need those for an achievement later on. Here, what I want... Yep, that's great. Cool. So the other guard there, he just sort of spotted it. We were a little too far away for him to fully see us, but close enough where he was going to come over. So that's a little bit faster to get him ready there. We've got to take both of these inside. There's a secret in here as well that we're going to grab. So we'll grab some uranium balls. I think there's a health kit in... Oh no, that's another bullet slot. We need 10 of those throughout the run. And then there's another secret down into this secret hatch. Let's break that one. We don't need anything from the other 3 boxes. And then we just need the other guard that I knocked out, we're going to bring him back inside. Now, I did say before that we don't need every single bit of experience in the game. I am going to play this safe, though. It's a very, very long reset if I get spotted. So I am just going to play it safe, do another save. So if anything goes wrong, I don't have to repeat everything that I've done so far. That guard's there. We still need to run into here because we've got the medal to unlock. We get a call from Jacka, who unfortunately has made a phone call in the wrong video game. Jacka there is actually from Fran's previous game, Ghost 1.0, and it's just accidentally called a very, very wrong number. I'm going to take this guard into here. Drop him here. There's a couple more items in here that we'll just grab whilst we're here. Health kits are always great. And hopefully I can just grab this guy. Brilliant. That should be enough experience. So we are going to skip getting XP from the next couple of rooms, but I've got to do a very specific trick here. I'm going to punch this guard. No, that's why we have to create saves. So what I need to do here is it's a bit more tricky than it would be in an any % run. I might have to do it with this other guard. Is we need to knock out, we need to get spotted by a guard, but then have that guard, I just thought no. I think I forgot to go back into this room, and we need to be in this room. So I probably would have had to load that either way. Yep, there we go. So still need to do this bit again. This chapter 5, when you're first playing through this game casually, chapter 5 is the one chapter that really sort of throws you for one, because it's very, very slow taking out all of these guards. In an any % run, we absolutely blast through this chapter because we don't need the experience. So I'm just going to wait for that guard to turn around. We'll take him. I might be okay for experience to do what I need to do with this guard instead. So what we need to do is we need him to spot me, and then I need to get off the screen before he can call it in on his radio. So I'm going to do that now. So he spots me and I run. So what this has done, it's meant that it's kept me on a permanent caution. You can see in the bottom right hand corner, I've got a yellow exclamation mark instead of a red exclamation mark. When you're on an alert, you're on a full red alert, every single door in the level closes and locks. You can't go in them, which is why I'm now just going to load that save so that all the guards reset, which is why it's really important to do that trick, because otherwise all of the doors are locked and we can't go anywhere. So now that we can carry on, we do have to again slow things down just a little bit because we're back on collecting XP. We'll run into here, and we need to give that we collected a permission slip off the guard who we went into that room and a guard immediately fell asleep. He's drunk. He's called Drunk Mike, and he had a permission slip to get some time off, and his superior officer would not give him the time off, which is not nice. We want him to have time off, so we've taken his permission slip and we've just got it stamped so that he can have some time off to see his family, which is really, really nice of us. Thanks, Jesse. I'm gonna grab grenades for the first time. I'm gonna grab all 8. Gonna run into here, grab our next secret. This is not stamina. This is a bulletproof vest. It means there is a chance that any damage we take is negated, which is really nice. Gonna grab this guard. The patrol is there, so that's good. We're gonna take this guard all the way back to Drunk Mike's room, and we'll give him his permission slip, which seems really long. There isn't an achievement specifically tied to giving Drunk Mike his permission slip. But now that I'm in, I can drop this guard. We'll go to the permission slip. We'll give Mike his permission slip. It gives us this box, which has got a potty number 4 in it. All of that just for a potty. Fantastic. We now have another boss to do, which is in this room. This is the drill sergeant, and he's kind of like a... He's a boss where you just talk to him. So our clothes were stolen. We have a clue. That clue is a place. Boss defeated. It's a bit like playing Monkey Island or any sort of text-based adventure. We'll make a save whilst we're here. And that's it. We are done with the tedious nature of trying to get XP from this chapter. We can move on to the next boss, Machine Mike. He's called Machine Mike because he's got a big machine gun. So we're just going to wait for him to have to reload. So he's going to break a load of these. We'll throw 1, 2, 3. Dodge. And throw 1, 2, 3. Oh, I did get damaged in that, but that's okay. So Mike's going to run off. Tail between his legs, but we've not seen the last of him just yet. I'm going to heal before we go into the next section. And this is the next boss, and we have 2 achievements to complete whilst we're in here. So now he's called Splash Mike, so he's got in a tank instead. So yeah, a couple of things that we need to do here. 1, I have to destroy 5 trucks before Mike does. And finally, between us, we both need to destroy every single box, crate, and truck that are in the level. So I'm going to grab a couple more of these. I'm going to let Mike destroy that one. Grab some grenades from that. I'm going to grab the medal for doing that. Break that truck, so that should be 1. Yep, Finders Destroyers is now complete. So I've now destroyed 5 trucks before he could. Break some more boxes. So yeah, we've got to beat him, but we've also got to make sure that every single one of these boxes gets destroyed. I'm going to just destroy that one. Let him destroy that one. I'm going to try and get some damage done to him. And now just make sure I dodge out the way of these. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna let him destroy that one. Let him destroy that one. Boom, boom, boom. Let him destroy this one. Ow. Now I just need to finish him off. All done. There we go.
Boss defeated.
And that is the end of the chapter. We're going to take Gag Reflex as our upgrades. Just keeping an eye to make sure I definitely got that other achievement. Should come up on my... Didn't see it come up. Maybe I missed it. I'm going to double check just to be on the safe side. Yep, there we go. They're both flashing. As we move on to the next challenge, just some boxes. So just some boxes requires me to destroy 5 boxes at the same time with a single grenade. Just like that. It's the only place in the game that you can do it, which is why it gives you the challenge there. So we now have these engineers who are blocking my way with a giant saw. So we're gonna have to take them out. And then we get to heal them. Unfortunately, because they're engineers and not guards, they don't count towards our heal 20 guards, which is really unfortunate because we're going to use so many health kits on them. But I'm going to throw one there. We throw one there. We're going to throw one there. The saw's now just going to speed up really fast, but I can now get past it. We will do that. Throw a grenade there to break open those boxes and heal all of these guards before they bleed out. Unfortunately, that's not the only room of engineers. We have a second room of engineers. So we're going to do the same thing here. Throw one at that one. Throw one at that one. Throw one at that one. There is a health pack in there, but I'm full on a health pack, so I'll go and grab that again in a second. So heal that one. And we'll heal that one, and then we'll heal that one, and now they're all healed. And then just make sure I don't get hit by the saw, because it's an instant death if I do. And we can move on. There's a little yellow submarine here, an obvious reference to Yellow Submarine by the Beatles. We get one more file. We now don't need to call the Colonel for any file pickups that we get from now on, which is nice. Here, we actually, with a trick that I'm going to use here, there's actually a soft lock, which I only discovered the other week. So I broke that box apart by throwing a grenade at it whilst I was getting a save, recycling a bunch of items. If I now load the save that was just created, I actually soft lock the game because the game saved with the box destroyed, but without the key being picked up. So when you load the game, Jesse doesn't have the key in his inventory. But the box has already been destroyed, so the key just disappears and doesn't exist. And yeah, that's a really nasty soft lock. So don't do that if you ever do that trick. We get about 26 mini torpedoes. We've got a toilet door. We haven't had to destroy any toilet doors in a while. We destroy another toilet door. We'll get a safety save here. And now we are going in the submarine through a few little rooms, destroying some mines. There's going to be a secret to grab. But it's quite gentle and serene. The submarine controls really nicely. Normally underwater levels, you know, everyone hates underwater levels. You think Sonic, you think Mario. Oh, I hate hate underwater levels, but the submarine controls really nicely. It's not too burdensome, and we get to destroy some mines. But yeah, just as I'm going for my nice little underwater jaunt, now's another good chance to have a bit of a chat with our host.
Oh, good. I was actually about to ask you if I could read you a donation. So
Wonderful.
Perfect timing. So I've got $25 from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous, who says, I need to see this cursed seed. Also, the only chickens I like are the fluffy IRL ones. You know what? The fluffy chickens are really cute. They're not wrong. And I just want to remind you guys now, so with that donation, that brings us to 70% of the way there. That is $45 away from getting the cursed seed. Chat, we're running out of time, you know. We've only got what? How long do you think we have left, Nick?
We have probably got about 25 minutes left in this
Chat,
run.
you heard it here. We've got 25 minutes to get those donations in so we can curse Stardew. Curse the Stardew.
So this is Huge Eel. Not a very imaginative name for a boss. It is just a huge eel. We have a challenge here to do, which is Unagi Blast. Defeat Huge Eel using only 6 torpedoes. So basically, do the fight perfectly, don't miss. So we're doing a little dance with him just as he gets near. Fire a torpedo, get out the way, he eats it, and that is Unagi Blast complete. And that is also the end of this chapter as well.
Boss defeated.
What is normally the hardest chapter in the game? Because we're on all achievements, we are much further ahead on XP than we normally would be. In fact, we are currently level 7. In an any percent run, you would only ever get to level 6. You need to be level 6 before the end of the game. But yeah, we are so much further ahead than we normally would be, that this chapter is a little bit easier as a result. It does have the hardest boss in the game. But we're gonna, for the time being, oh, I just took a hit there. What am I gonna do about it? I'm gonna use a bandage. Bandages just stop you from bleeding. They don't heal you, but that should be fine for now. So we've got some secrets to get whilst we're down here. So we've got a rocket, some bullets, another first aid kit, some stamina, and some grenades. And that room over on the left, we need to go in there as well, so we're going to do that. In fact, I think I am going to heal, actually. So we'll heal up. And pop down into this room. We're going to get some more bullet slots. We're going to get another grenade slot. They're really handy for this chapter as well. So that's every bullet slot and every grenade slot is 1 additional max bullet or max grenade. The reason we're collecting 10 bullet slots is there is an achievement that we unlocked much earlier in the run, which is to have 90 bullets on us at any one time. How much money have I got? 30 million. I think that means I'm on track for money. So we're going to grab that one, another 10 million there. I'm going to get out of the way of that. This is a particularly nasty room because we need both these guards XP. So we just have to wait for these guards to split up. Luckily they were a little bit far away. I'm hoping I can just grab one of them. Nope. This is one of the nastiest RNG rooms. Yeah, I did collect that one. This is one of the nastiest RNG rooms for guards in the entire run. I hate this room because now you can see they're in different positions. Ideally what I want to do is I only want to distract one of... There we go, that's better. If you can distract one of them with the punch, that makes it a lot easier. So wait for this guard to come over. We're just going to wait for him to start moving away, so we're not going to get spotted by him. There we go, we'll take him out. And for the other guards, if I can get over to him in time, I'm going to punch, shoot, and heal. So that's another one of our heals done. These 2 guards, I'm just going to wait for them because eventually they will turn around and walk back in the other direction, and it makes it very easy to deal with them. There we go. So now we can just do that with the first one, and then we can do another punch, shoot, heal on that one, and then there is the last bit of dosh in there, and we hit level 8. Every single bit of experience that I've gotten so far is all set up so that we hit level 8 exactly from that guard. Level 8 gave us the unlock Demolition Man, which means our grenades and rockets do 25% more damage. And we're coming up to a boss shortly, so I bet you can probably guess what we're going to be using to kill that boss. It is normally the hardest boss in the game. I am going to do a safety save just to be on the safe side. But because we have more ammo than we normally would do, we've got 2 extra grenades than we normally would have in a run, in an 80% run, and we've got the 25% extra damage. It is a little bit easier. So I'm going to throw 1 rocket out before it even starts. And this is Nuke Sub, and I am going to just concentrate on this fight. So I have a very... It is RNG. Exactly where Nuke Sub pops up is RNG determined. As you can see, there's a lot of rockets. Oh, I am 1 hit off. There we go, and it's done. Oh. Boss defeated. That wasn't that bad actually for a Nuke Sub fight. Would have been if I just got 1 more hit off a little earlier. That would have been so much quicker. But it is, as I say, it is RNG sort of where he pops up. So moving around isn't always the easiest thing to do. Oh, that guard has decided to come and investigate me because he spotted me. So I'm going to take him out with the chloroform, and we have another opportunity to punch, shoot, and heal. So we'll do that. I'm going to heal myself whilst I'm at it. And then we have 1 more boss in this chapter. This is Black Thunder. It is a helicopter. Black Thunder himself isn't RNG, but the river layout that I am on is RNG. So I have to make sure that I don't get hit by his bombs. I have to lead my shots as he sort of swings over, and I have to make sure I don't get hit. Luckily, if I do get hit and die, there is just enough time to load, so we don't have to wait for the whole death animation. So we'll give that another go. So yeah, the river being RNG makes a huge difference to exactly how this fight plays out. I'm more often than not get hit by the river than I get hit by his bombs, but that should be the fight. There we go. And that is the end of Chapter 7, as one of the hardest chapters in the game. The Nuke Sub is definitely the hardest boss in the game, but a little bit easier in this category. So another stage complete. Perfect. We got all experience and all secrets, which is exactly where we want to be. The pacing of this game is really nice. We've had a very, very hectic chapter. I'd say the hardest boss. So, you know, the game sort of throws us a bone and gives us a bit of a rest. So we now have another chapter where things slow down a little bit. This is All Eyes Are Watching You, and this is a chapter where there are surveillance cameras and we're not allowed to get spotted by any. We do a load there because that resets the camera positions in the base that's upcoming. We're going to steal this bolt cutter off the guy who's just doing a bit of gardening. Break open the fence, and we are not allowed to get spotted by the cameras. If we get spotted, it is an almost instant game over. So I'm gonna get this string. So there's a camera there, but because I did that load, you'll notice that like every camera starts moving and gets out of my way at the perfect opportunity. So we just have to wait for it to move. But as we move into this next room, you'll see the cameras moving over to the right, so I can come and stand here, wait for it to move, and it's just spot on. So I'm going to break into these 2 lockers and grab these uniforms, and with the bamboo, the string, and the uniforms, we are going to create some scarecrows. Because in the next few rooms there are going to be some cameras that are looking guards, and if we take those guards out and the camera then notices the guard is not at their patrol, the camera's going to go off because they're going to think the guard's been taken out. So instead we're going to replace that guard with a scarecrow to trick the camera. I have enough time to do this before that camera moves. And that good night is now complete. I have now put 20 guards to sleep. Get out of the way of that camera before it moves over. And we're going to get some electromagnetic grenades so that we can take these cameras out for a short period of time. Just going to try and get under that one quickly. There we go. We still need to grab the medal there. That medal is for completing this chapter, so we just got to wait for that camera to move out of the way. Then we will go grab it, and we'll take that camera out. Bop. Move into here. There is a toilet door in here, so I've got to punch that. I'm going to save it and instantly load that save because it resets camera positions again, and hopefully that is going to give me a nice camera position for the final room. So now we're just going to move through here. There is a secret behind that tree that we are going to skip. We don't need that secret. We only need 15, and I think there's something like 19 in the game. Just going to take out that camera, and hopefully if I have been fast enough when we move into the final room here, I should be able to instantly do that. Excellent. All I've got to do is now get back before that camera spots me. Brilliant. That was spot on. We've got a pizza. We're going to study the pizza and determine that it is a pepperoni pizza. I'm now going to combine the pizza with a fire extinguisher to make it look like it's nice and smoky and warm. And then we're going to tell the guard that we've got a pepperoni pizza to deliver to him, and that gets us through the final door. So that is chapter 8 complete. We move on to chapter 9. This is the longest chapter in the game. There is a lot going on here. First thing we're going to do is we're going to take out the alarm system so that we don't have to deal with that. We're going to use Scandinavian guards. And these are big, beefy, meaty guards who, if you run up and try and punch them, they will just take the punch. So we are going to try and take some of them out to get the XP that we need, whilst moving them into rooms wherever possible. We don't need to do all of them because we are on good track with XP. I'm going to quickly get to that one. We'll take him out. We're going to pop him in this room here, and we're going to fill up on electromagnetic grenades again. We want all 12. There we go. And we should have our final secret. Secret number 15 is down here. Yep, I can confirm Steam has told me that is the secrets achievement unlocked. That is the blood bag. Probably full. I'm full on everything, so I don't need to worry about those. The blood bag is an item that instantly heals you back to full. Normally health kits don't, you may have noticed, health kits don't actually heal you. They start you regenerating health. The blood bag is the exception. It fully heals you instead. Take this guard into what we call the room of requirements, because you get given a choice as to what items you'd like from it. I'm going to take first aid kits, because then we're maxed out with first aid kits. We still got a lot of guards to try and... Oh, I'm going to take him as well. We still got some more guards to heal. We're going to be doing a lot of that in this chapter. We've hit level 9. One more level to go. I'm going to take light munitions expert. That is mandatory. For this, I said that there is an achievement where we have to collect 90 ammo at any one time. You have to take light munitions expert in order to unlock that. Punch another toilet door. Save. We don't need to worry about getting XP from these two. We're just going to get spotted, move around them. If I get shot, it doesn't matter. We're going to do a cheeky load here, because we're going to get an automatic save. Load it. Oh, whoops. Load, and there we go. We are back to full health again. I'm going to run into here. We're going to threaten this scientist to tell us everything. Jesse fires off a shot in the corner, and it ricochets around and hits him. No, I don't need to go in here yet. We do get what, in my opinion, is the best bit of music in the game in here. And we have an achievement to destroy every single one of these robo spiders, and we're not allowed to use guns in here because there is a risk of radiation. So we do have to punch them. There's 9 mecha spiders. Mecha-arachnophobia is the challenge that we're going for. There's 9 of them all together. So I just have to hit them with these electromagnetic grenades, and then go and punch them. Which I can't imagine wouldn't hurt, Jesse. Like, you're punching a robot. Oh, that was fairly nasty. I've just got to be careful Oh, good. We're good. All good. We're good. I'm going to heal here just to be on the safe sides. And as we're here, we will grab the anti-rad suits and another first aid kit. There is a skip that you normally do in any percent where you don't come into this room at all. You don't need the anti-rad suits. Use the blood bag to skip through what we call the red room. But as we're there, we might as well grab it. I'm going to do a safety save.
Slip in with...
Oh, yeah, go for it.
I was just going to slip in to remind everybody that while we're watching this absolutely amazing run, that Little Warriors that we're supporting says that this is more than a mission, it's a movement. Warrior power lives in the courage of a child beginning to heal, and in the strength of people like you who walk beside them. So together, that power is unstoppable. Just like Jesse Fox. I want to know, just a reminder to get your donations in chat for our upcoming incentive, but I also just want to know, who's the best mic? Nick, who's the best mic?
The best mic? Ooh, that's a good question. Where's this spider bot going? Oh. And that's why we take that safety save.
I'm sorry I made you think too hard.
The spiders in this are, again, their routing is always the same, but exactly where they start is RNG. And sometimes, yeah, you just get into a nasty situation like that. My favourite Mike is probably Drunken Mike, because he just wants to go home for the holidays and see his family, and he doesn't get to until Jesse heroically steps in and fraudulently stamps his permission slip. There's something I haven't actually mentioned. Every single guard in the game is called Mike. There are no other guard names. This spider is really causing me some problems. Come on. This one
spider is just helping us extend the marathon a little longer. It knows what's what.
Right. Anti-rad suit, right. Because you may have noticed I can't do anything whilst wearing the anti-rad suits. Every time I want to punch, every time I want to throw an electromagnetic grenade, I have to take the anti-rad suit off. And the moment I take it off, I start taking damage as well. Right, so wait. Yay! He's been nice this time and been in a nice position. Cool, we got one more room, one more spider. I'm going to play it safe. I'm just going to wait for that spider to start moving. There we go. Take him out. And that is mecharachnophobia complete. That was a very long section. But we do get the best part of this piece of music. Just got to wait for that camera. Sorry, I'm jamming out too much. Oh, get under that camera. Throw that. That's the last camera, you might be glad to know. Oh, I'm full on health kit, so I'm going to heal, grab that one, and move on. Alright, we are done with that really horrible section. I am now going to punch, shoot, and heal this guy. And he's also going to have a coin on him, which I'm going to take, because that is my only coin. There's another health kit here, so we'll refresh that one there. We're still not actually out of the woods yet. We still need a save point, which is coming. So we'll knock that guy out. And I'm just going to do a quick progress report. 17, perfect. I'm on 17 guards healed. I need to try and take... How am I going to take this guard out? Oh, he's going to turn around. Go left. Go left. Yay, he went left. Thank you for going left. Right, we'll take him out. Wonderful. Yeah, RNG of guards. It's one of the things that really makes this run interesting. There's a save. Finally, we're out of the really nasty part of that challenge. We want that coin. We still need this guard's XP, so we're going to throw a coin. He's going to go and check that coin out. I'm going to go and punch him. And then all the way back in Chapter 1, we picked up these sunglasses. And we picked them up for this moment. The guards there tried to use the same coin trick against me. For a grenade over there. And there you go. You saw as soon as I took the glasses off, Jess was like, hey, a coin. And he was going to fall for the same coin trick that I used on the guard. But the sunglasses mean he doesn't see the glint and shininess of the coin, so he doesn't go for it. But yes, an item, what seemed like a joke item that we picked up all the way back in Chapter 1, finally plays a part in the run all the way here in Chapter 9. And we're introduced to the Japanese guards. These are guards who are much weaker. They go down in 1 hit instead of 2. Hopefully this plays out okay. No, I'm going to have to load. But one of the big, the advantage that these guards do have is that they don't need to call in an alert on a radio. If they see you, you instantly, I should be fine here. There we go. They instantly call in an alert. So if I get spotted, it's an instant load. And here we are finally, assuming I have done everything correctly, going to have 90 bullets. There we go. The Lord of the Bullets is now complete as well. Phew, we are getting towards the end. There are not that many achievements left to go. We're going to leave this floor for now. We do that a little bit early because there'll be a save point when we come back to that floor later, so we don't have to repeat everything I've just done. Now we're on the roof. And there's a communications tower there on the left. That communications tower is going to cause us problems. So we have to find a way to disable it. So we're going to grab these metal clamps, and we need a bunch of wires to connect all of these metal clamps together. Luckily, there are some in some of these air conditioning units, specific ones. That's why I'm not destroying every single one, because I know which 3 will have them. Let's be another one there. Grab that one. And we head back over. I'm going to craft those into these wires with clamps. And then we're going to use these wires on the communications array here. It's always the same sequence. Left, right, right, middle. It explodes if you get it wrong. Middle, left. And then we're going to use those bolt cutters from earlier to do the same sequence. Left, right, middle. Done. And that's it. We've disabled the communications tower. There is a heliport here on the rooftop with a helicopter. We can get in the helicopter and escape. That is it. Get ready on oh, nobody just leaves a helicopter key in the helicopter. We're going to have to go and find the key. Come on, Jesse. Don't know why Jesse didn't think that a helicopter just wouldn't have the key lying in it. So yeah, we are very much not yet done with this game. We're going to head back down to level 3. As soon as we enter, we're going to get a save. So that's the reason why we sort of did a little bit of level 3 first, and then come back. Because this is a very, very nasty set of rooms. Again, we can't get spotted whilst we're in here. I'm going to punch that guy out. I'm going to take that guy out with that, because we still need the XP from these guards. Gonna take that guy out with that just in case, because we still got to take out 5 guards with the slingshot. I think I only need 1 more. So yeah, because these guards can instantly get an alert, and also the other thing with these guards in the game have a 45-degree angle of being able to see. So if you're a fan of Metal Gear, that guard did just spot me as he turned. So if you're a fan of the Metal Gear Solid games, you know on the Soliton radar, guards kind of have this 45-degree cone where they can see. The Japanese guards have a 180-degree cone. They can see to their left and right as well. I'm going to throw a coin onto the next room. That's going to attract this guard here. Wait for him to turn around, punch him, and then hopefully this guard is just going to...
What was that?
Oh, okay, this guard's going to be a bit awkward. They're probably going to come up here to investigate, so I'm going to move right back over here, and I'm going to fire all the way over there. There we go. And that guard is level 10. That is the final level. So we've reached level 10. I'm going to take Good Dirty Medic. Not that it matters. I should have healed every guard now. I have got the... Yep, I've taken out 5 guards with the slingshots. That's all good. We've got another toilet here to break. Save it. And we've got our next boss. This is Takuma Takagashi. We need to beat him without him healing. Thankfully, this is something we always do. So I'm going to tap, 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 tap. And then I'm going to do a trick called the Hidey Load. So that's Dance to the Blade and Gun. Don't allow Takuma Takagashi to heal. For some reason, Takuma Takagashi is the only boss in the game where the moment you beat him, the game saves. Usually the game will wait for the jingle to play out. And then it will save. But Takuma, the save comes immediately. So we do what's called the Hidey Load. As soon as the boss is over, we load the game to skip the jingle. It's called the Heidi Load because it's named after my wife, Heidi Hi 300. I was teaching her to speed run the game, and while she did the fight, and when she finished the fight, I immediately noticed that the game had saved. So I said to her, "Oh, can you do me a favor? Can you just before this jingle ends, can you just load the game?" And she did, and it skipped it, and as a result, we named it the Heidi Load. Nice little tribute. Nice little tribute to my wife, who did once speed run this game. she has not come back to it in a very, very long time. We'll grab these night vision goggles. They are mandatory for the next section. We can't go without them because we still have one more floor. We are now going down into the basement. I'm going to reload. Meet up with the Lord of the Labyrinth, and we have this labyrinth here. And we have to take a very specific route through the labyrinth. I'm going to grab this, which is Do Not Disturb. We're not allowed to break any of the cage doors. So that door that you can see right here, we're not allowed to break those. That is an achievement. Unfortunately, there is a secret behind one of them, so you actually can't get perfect and all achievements in this chapter at the same time. We've got these ghosts that we've just got to take out. I could actually do with having one of these ghosts hurt me at some point, because I've got 3 health kits on me and I really only want 1. I've done pretty well with holding on to health kits this run. So we're just making our way through the labyrinth, taking out the ghosts, because apparently you can shoot ghosts. Like, I wasn't aware of this. You know, I was under the impression that ghosts can't be just shot with normal guns, but in this game they can. You can just shoot them. I remember the first time I played the game, I did not think to shoot the ghosts, because you wouldn't normally think that you can just shoot ghosts. I'm just going to heal, use up my health kits. I only want 1 health kit going into the final boss. Which is coming up soon. We are about to finish chapter 9, and we are going to go into our final chapter, chapter 10, where, as long as I have done everything correctly, we should only have 1 chapter specific achievement to go. So we go, one more chapter complete. Final chapter, escape complete. So some more science. We are going to craft some C4 passive explosives, and we're going to do that by picking up 4 lots of C1 and combining them together to make C4, because that's how you make C4. It's basic science. Everyone knows this. Chlora plus Fluorm makes chloroform. C1 times 4 makes C4. I mean, that's not science. That's maths. That's just basic maths. So we're going to run into here, grab the last few items we need. There's going to be a watch in there. We're going to attach the watch to our C4 so that it's now on a timer. So that's 1 more C4 and another, one more C1 and another C1 and our watch. We're going to combine those together, C2, C3, C4, C4 with a timer. We're going to pop that on this big conspicuous gas barrel and now head into this room here. There's our final boss. There's going to be a big explosion, and now we're going to leave with Colonel Harris. We have a guard rush here, so we're going to just pop Colonel Harris down here. These guards are going to come here, so we're just going to stand off screen and just kick them all. There we go, they're all done. Same thing's going to happen as we try to leave this room as well. Keep taking Colonel Harris up to the final bit here. Drop him again. Just stand here, kick them as they come onto screen. Leave 1. Always leave 1 guard to tell the tale. Oh, we have to take Colonel Harris with us. And we take the elevator up to General X's private room. So we head into General X's private room. We have 1 more toilet door. This is toilet door number 15. So I'm going to break that, and hopefully Steam's going to tell me that I completed the achievement Knock Knock, which I did. And then we're going to run into here. I've got 2 electromagnetic grenades. That's fine. All I need from here is these 3 rockets. I am full up on everything else, and I don't need electromagnetic grenades. Well, I do, but I should only need 2 of them. All right, we move on to the final boss, and we do have one challenge to do whilst we're here. So we're going to get attacked by all these drones. I'm going to take them out first. We collect the challenge. You've got to become war. The second phase of this boss is a mecha robot. I'm not allowed to use electromagnetic grenades to defeat it. Time will be when I skip the final bit of dialogue after defeating General X. So I'm going to fire 1, 2, 3. As I said, I am not allowed to use any electromagnetic grenades against this. I'm going to heal. So that's that achievement. And hopefully, particularly as I've got a health kit, I'm hoping I can get this done in 1 phase. And I do. And that is time.
GG. Well done.
One phase at the end. So the one phase that I mentioned, getting General X done in 1 phase. If you have any health kits in your inventory, and I had 1, if you do not defeat him in 1 phase, he steals your health kit and uses it. In fact, he steals every health kit you have and uses it. So it's very important I got that in 1 phase. That was really good. IGC of 1:12:21, which at least it's under estimate. But it's we're a lot of slowdown in some places. But overall, I'm pretty happy with that for a run. But there is, of course, one more thing we need to do. It is not an all achievements run until we can confirm that we got all achievements. There we go, all 40 achievements unlocked. This is a valid run. We did it. We got them all. That is UnMetal all achievements. I hope you really, really enjoyed it. As I've said a couple of times throughout this run, this game is hilarious. The cutscenes, the dialogue, the writing is fantastic. The jokes and gags, the sort of spread throughout the gameplay is fantastic. You don't get to see it at all in a speedrun because we skip over everything so quickly. So please, if you've really enjoyed watching this and you want to sort of see more of it, go grab the game. It's fairly cheap these days, wherever you can find it. But it's a great game to play casually. Obviously, it'd be great to see more people speedrunning it, but I would highly, especially if you're a Metal Gear fan, grab this game and give it a go just for the laughs, because it's a really, really funny game. I've been Nick RP Green. You can catch me over on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Nick RP Green, where I speedrun a lot of Metal Gear adjacent games. And obviously I'm in the background of Prevent-A-Thon on tech staff throughout the event as well. So if you are behind the scenes at any point doing volunteer stuff, be sure to come and say hi. But with that, I am done. I will hand over to our wonderful host and keep this marathon going.
Hype! Oh, thank you so much, Nick. That was an incredible run. Chat, we're going to go on a break here in just a second, but I want to toss out, we got a last minute donation there right at the end. We've gotten $25 from Lila Lapine. Thank you so much. They left no comments, so thank you very, very much for that. You know what, chat, that puts us at just $20 left to curse the Stardew Valley seed. Now, I need to warn you, chat, we're running out of time. We're going to take a break, we'll have a little interview, and then that's it. It stops. So if you want to get those donations in, you need to get them in now. All right, chat, we're going to take a bit of a break, and I'll be back with you soon.
You get out of bed 5 total.
Hello,
Because
friendship.
spring,
I hope
green,
you're having a
rain, summer,
fantastic time. We're here
foraging,
bringing you something a
fall,
little bit
winter.
different. I've brought two
I
friends
really like
with
you
me.
guys'
Curry, would you
transition
like to
screen.
introduce yourself?
It's really cute.
Hello, my name is Cretus, but you can also call me Curry for short. And I'm doing a little bit of volunteering behind the scenes here, but glad to be here.
And another friend of the channel who's been here for quite some time, Mango, would you like to say hello to our friends?
Yeah, hello. My name is Mango, or Demasked Mango. And yeah, I've been around Prevent-A-Thon for a minute. My first experience with Pat was Prevent-A-Thon 2, actually. So it's been a while.
You've been here since before I have, which is, there's not a lot of people who can say that. All right, our friends, racers, if you're ready to go, please go to the start screen. And it's just going to be a short segment. We'll go until we're done, and we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, race. All right, Curry, how did you learn about Prevent-A-Thon?
So I learned about Prevent-A-Thon almost a year ago when Cell almost did the equivalent of roping me into a corner and yap about Prevent-A-Thon. So, and I was like, why not? So I decided to volunteer. And now here I am, doing Prevent-A-Thon 6. My first one was Prevent-A-Thon 5, so I haven't been here too long.
Listen, we've been roping people in little by little. It's because the Prevent-A-Thon crew, as you've now seen, is extremely passionate. We all love what we do. It's such a good community to learn as well. Like, it's a good community to, like, get some experience. What about you, Mango? How did you get involved with Prevent-A-Thon?
Pretty similar answer to Curry here. I found Prevent-A-Thon through Cell. She popped into one of the many speedrunning discords that I'm in, and was like, "Hey, I'm running this speedrun marathon. You should join in because you like indie games, right?" And until that point, I actually hadn't heard of speedrunning marathons before, so I was like, hey, what is that? Let me check that out.
Oh
And
my
yeah,
goodness.
now I'm here after like almost 3 years.
I didn't realize that Prevent-A-Thon was kind of how you got started with like marathons. That's so cool.
Yeah, Pat 2 was actually my first marathon ever.
Nice.
So that's really cool.
All right, so our friends are about to discover what's so weird about this ROM.
Oh, okay. All right. We have the color scheme of the underground, but we're not quite underground yet? Or maybe we are? I don't know.
No, you're on stage 1 too.
Oh, this is 1-2. It still says 1-1.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay.
So for those of you watching, that's the whole gimmick of this ROM hack. It's literally just one long stage instead of the full game. So good luck not dying.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
It wouldn't be me if it didn't have a twist. All right. Curry, what's your favorite part about volunteering with Prevent-A-Thon?
I just love the fantastic community and people who are so dedicated to supporting such a great cause. I just wanted to be part of that group because y'all seem really cool and we're doing great and amazing things, so I just wanted to join.
I have a question. How did you get started in speedrunning as a whole?
How did I get started in speedrunning?
Yeah.
I attended Awesome Games Done Quick 25, having no background in speedrunning whatsoever, not having done any kind of speedrunning, and then afterwards, it just kind of started slowly. I was like, maybe I could start speedrunning some of my games, but it really didn't start happening until like a few months ago. So I'm still really new to speedrunning.
You could have fooled most of us. We are very happy to have you, and it's kind of exciting, like, especially now that I know that we're kind of how both of you got started in speedrunning marathons. That's just a little bit of a mind-blown moment to me that we've been able to create that sense of community, including for people who just got started in speedrunning marathons. So have kind of the same question to you, Mango. How'd you get started in speedrunning marathons?
Speedrunning marathons,
Or sorry, speedrunning video games as a whole.
Speedrunning video games as a whole, I actually started, this won't surprise anyone that knows me, but I started with Superliminal. Before I realized what speedrunning was, I was like I was a big achievement collector, I guess. Oh, that's a game over, that's rude. And Superliminal has 2 achievements for speedrunning. So after I got both of those and I got the 100%, I was like, you know what? I think I can do that a little bit faster. And then I did, and I decided, you know, I can still be faster. And now I've fallen down the very deep rabbit hole that is speedrunning.
I kind of love when games have that inbuilt element of speedrunning to it. Like Final Fantasy IX has that secret weapon. If you can get to the end of the game within a certain amount of time, that kind of stuff is just fun because it's different, and it's also like a good way to ease people into it. I've seen a lot of people talk about how if developers want to make their game speedrun friendly, a lot of them approach it the wrong way, and they try to make it so that, oh, we're going to give you a timer and stuff like that. It's like, no, just make the game have tight controls, make it fun to play, make it fun to play more than once. And it kind of gets the ball rolling and gets people interested in speedrunning.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a big thing for me too, is like the replayability. You don't necessarily have to have like a timer or anything built in, as long as the game is fun. Like you said, you can speedrun anything.
So kind of my final question to y'all is, where do you see yourselves? Is this the kind of thing of speedrunning? Do you want to just do it for the rest of your life? Is this just a fun little hobby that you might drop sometime in the future? Do you feel like you found a good sense of community with it, that kind of thing? Like, what is your vision for your future in speedrunning? Let's start with Curry.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so new at speedrunning that I'm not sure I have a projection for you, but where I feel like I'm going with this is... Oh, darn it. Where I feel like I'm going with this is, I feel like I would be motivated to speedrun games where I've played a lot of it, I have a good grasp of the mechanics, and I feel, most importantly, that there is some novelty or new aspect to the game that I wouldn't have really enjoyed to it otherwise if I had not speedrun it. So, for example, my first and only game that I speedrun is Helldivers 2, and it has less of a traditional speedrunning route and more of there are lots of individual levels you can do. So I've been playing lots and lots of those casually. But recently, I've just learned how satisfying it is to be able to go in, do a mission, and then pop back out as quickly as you can. So I've been enjoying the game casually so far, and I think if I can enjoy that, then I'm more motivated to speedrun it. So.
Nice. And then, same question to you, Mango. Where do you see yourself in terms of speedrunning in a few years? Do you think you'll keep up the hobby, or do you think this has an expiration date for you?
Really like to see myself just speedrun forever, pretty much until my body doesn't let me anymore. But no, I'm usually bad at keeping hobbies, but this has been one of the ones that I genuinely don't see myself like intentionally stopping for any reason. So,
yes,
the speedrunning crowd is stuck with me.
Well, we're more than happy to have you, especially here at Prevent-A-Thon. Thank you so much. It's always nice to have two friends of the community here to chat, and we appreciate both of you and everything you do for this event. All right, I'm going to pass things off back to the rest of the event. Thank you for this little micro race segment. Congratulations to both of our racers, because I believe you both got to 1-3, so I think this is more or less a tie.
I'll take that. That's fine with me.
All right. All right. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome back, chat. You're watching Prevent-A-Thon 6 here on twitch.tv/Prevent-A-Thon. We are about ready to run to Stardew, but while we finish setting up, let me remind you a little bit about what we're here today for. And actually, really, I know we've been hyping up the donations a lot, but we appreciate every donation towards Little Warriors, but we also just appreciate you spreading the word of this worthy cause. If you're on social media, you can also help us out by sharing our social media posts and getting the word out about this little event and Little Warriors. If you type exclamation point socials in chat, get the links to the Prevent-A-Thon social media. I don't know if you guys have seen our social media on Bluesky, but the social media team has absolutely been firing it. Their memes are the best. And our art. Have you seen the art of our dog Pat? It is the cutest. Chat, take a look. I'm actually not much of a person for social media, but I've been keeping an eye on our Bluesky as well. Oh, ooh, well, the little birdies in my ear, the little chickens in my ear even, are telling me that we're about ready to go. So stand by one, chat, and we'll get ready for Stardew. No, so I figured I'd let Zachary ask about it, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, chat, it's time. Are you ready for the coziest video games of all the video games? The cozy video game, Stardew Valley. It's going to be run by Zachary 20XX, Seated Crafts Room. Zachary, take it away.
Hello, I am Zachary 20XX, and as you just heard, we're running Seated Crafts Room in Stardew Valley. With me today on commentary to chat through this, if my co-commentator would like to introduce themselves.
Hi, howdy, hello, gamers. My name is The Valiant Son, but everyone will probably just call me Jess. I had a world record in this category, and then now I don't, and you're gonna see why.
Well, I don't know about that on this particular one, but on that note, how are we doing on that incentive for the start of this run?
Well, about that, it turns out we have absolutely met that incentive. We are going to curse the seed.
Incredible.
And we met that incentive with $20 from the Valiant Son, who just very kindly says, oops, less than 3.
Hey, I know them.
Hey, wait a second.
Perfect. All right. So if we're gonna curse this thing right, I've been doing some science on this, and we'll talk through it as we get in there. But we're actually gonna start from a started save file that still does start on day one with just the lightest of touches. I've prepared this one for maximum haunting here on Haunted Farm. So we can be ready to go on a timer as soon as I click into this prepared save file, if everyone is ready to go. All right, and I'll count it down in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
So, good luck.
Thank you. This run starts off with some sleeping, so we've got time to, discuss what the run is itself. So, seated crafts room, Stardew Valley, right? Most of you are probably aware of Stardew Valley, cozy little farming life sim. The crafts room is one of the rooms in the community center. We're kind of in a RPG block today, so that's kind of the main quest line equivalent in this. Some light RPG elements here in Stardew Valley. The crafts room is the first room in the community center, the first one you unlock. So we're just going to do a real short run today. Stardew has all kinds of different length runs. But Jess, would you like to explain what exactly the crafts room is and what we're trying to do here?
Yeah, so the crafts room, as the first thing that you unlock, is also sort of your exposure to one of the first things, I'd say first things, in that besides farming, you kind of get exposed to foraging. So traditionally, the crafts room is full of your seasonal forage. So you have your spring, summer, fall, and winter forage that you can find around town. And then also it has traditionally the exotic foraging bundle, which has a bunch of things that are found in like the secret woods, found in the desert and other locations. And then the construction bundle, which is basically your hardwoods, your regular woods, your stones. But we're not doing that anymore. 1.6 happened, and now there's a bunch of new options. Oh no.
And hey, an overnight
It begins.
Yes, it begins, and we'll be going on every 16 days or so. We're gonna get back to sleeping though till the end of the season. Jess, you can continue. Sorry, the cursing has started.
No, it's so good. But yeah, so with 1.6, we actually got I guess 1.5 added some bundles, but they didn't really help the seeded. But for 1.6, we've got a new one, which is, the tree seed bundle, I believe.
Forest bundle, I think, is the official
Forest bundle. It has tree seeds in it. And it actually then allows us to cut down a lot of time off of the optimal 1.5 route. So that's what we'll be showing off today. However, one of the seeded elements that we do have as a change very interesting of 1.6, the way that the RNG changed is that we now get these cascading overnight events, which is this haunted seed that we'll be seeing. We're going to get a lot of overnight events. Thank you for cursing the seed.
Yeah, thank you for putting your money to cursing this run. You can just barely see it behind this tree down here, but that's my first perfect child, a meteorite that has hit the farm. So we prepped those just a little bit. I set up some landing zones, as it were, just to make sure, because debris can get in the way of those spawning. So I wanted to make sure people got what they paid for. You gave money to a good charity, and you're gonna see a haunted one. But we're out and about. Spring has started. We're gonna do our first day of grabbing some seasonal forage. I need to grab this wild horseradish and leek that are always spawned up here in the backwoods on this seed, which is a little bit different than the other one. The other one we usually just kind of gamble on getting the wild horseradish from the left side of the foraging farm, but those are fairly convenient. I kind of like grabbing this up there. And then we are chopping a lot of trees. And Jess, the question on everyone's mind, could you explain how much chopping these trees?
No, so Zachary is running this game glitchless. Which a point of contention was, does animation canceling count as a glitch? And we've ruled, no, it's not. But it is kind of different from the vanilla gameplay. So Concerned Ape, the man that he is, added a way to cancel out of soft locking in the fishing animation way back when the game first started. You could get stuck fishing a whole lot. And so he added a way to cancel that. And then when people started speedrunning, we figured out, hey, we can use this built-in shortcut, which is, I believe, right shift R and delete, and it resets the farmer to the default animation stance. And that allows us to save a bunch of time. Zachary, I believe, has it all mapped to spacebar.
Yep, yeah, I'm a spacebar.
Some people map it to X, and if you have feelings about that, please donate and let us know.
Yeah, you have to do it via donation, though, if you're gonna have feelings about what other people map their animation canceling to. Thank you. So that's our first active day out and about, and no one is going to guess what we're going to do now that we've thrown all that spring forage on the ground in the community center and attempted to read the writing of the Junimos. That's right, back to sleep.
So now it'd be great if Talia, you have any messages for us.
Well, actually, since chat absolutely smashed it with this incentive, we have another one that just opened it up, and I need you guys to keep this momentum because I'm so proud of you, chat. Our new one that's opened up is Earthbound bike percent. Okay, and apparently you get a bike in Tucson, which can only be done without any party member. And then there's just gonna be lots of bells, and you get a bike. What more could Ness really want? I mean, I'd want a bike. This incentive closes about 30 minutes into the run, which is a couple runs from now, and it's $75 total, chat. So if you feel like riding a bicycle, get those donations in now.
A second meteor's hit the farm. There was a previous overnight event that said it was an earthquake. Surprisingly, not a meteor. That's just a built-in different thing. It always happens on summer too. Thank you for letting us know about that. Get that little guy a bike.
Who doesn't want a bike?
Thanks, chat.
Do you think if you tried to ride a bike in Stardew Valley, Mayor Lewis would overlay like Professor Oak and be like, "There's a time and a place for this"?
I hope so. If anyone's good at modding Stardew Valley, I think that would be extremely funny. Thank you. So yeah, we're sleeping a couple more days here, and then we're going to have a new event that shows up in Stardew Valley 1.6, the Green Rain. A completely normal rain event. That looks normal and not scary. Don't worry about it. Just gonna spam through this mail. Another great addition in 1.6. That no longer dims the background. There's a setting to fix that. So no flashing lights warning on that one. It is significantly more pleasant to quickly read through the mail during a speedrun. Thank you, Mr. Concerned Ape. But I'm out here looking for this fern tree. That is one of the things we need for the wild medicine bundle. We need 5 feather-lead ferns, and that is now significantly easier in 1.6.
Yeah, so that's one of the other big things that allows this bundle to work, is that the wild medicine bundle before you had to do purple mushrooms and fiddlehead ferns from the traveling cart, which is just a lot. That's a lot of money. This route, Zachary's actually managed to make it so that you have no money concerns at all, which is fantastic because the 1.5 route, despite being seeded, could fail to money if you did not get other RNG rolls proper, which is so silly.
Yeah, Stardew money routing is kind of a whole thing. So this one's pretty nice. We'll see kind of how that works out. But the first day, you notice I just tossed a bunch of junk into the shipping bin overnight to get some extra cash. And that's going to be important when we roll around to this last day, or the last day we go out towards the end of the season here in summer. We need to buy a few things. But we are almost there. So we got some summer foraging to do.
I would like to call out that fiddlehead tree as well, though. Can spawn really anywhere. We want it ideally to spawn in that bus stop, but getting it real close in town was very nice for us to save some time, since we are cursed. And actually, that is a fun call as well. What is fun about the 1.6 route is that there are multiple seeds that work. We have a non-cursed seed as well, but the 1.5 route, there is actually only one seed that has the, in the entire seed space, we checked all of them. There is only one that actually works for the run. There is one where you can kind of make it happen. I tried messing around with it, but it was super duper difficult and just wasn't tenable. Hey, nice meteor. Where'd you get it?
My headcanon is Mr. Key is doing this to me personally, and he showed up and dropped it off for me. Set it up there for Grandpa. I am, right now, just getting tree seeds. We kind of talked about that a little bit. This is not quite, it's kind of weird. It's not 100% RNG, but where the tree spawn, the like terrain spawning is random, but given a certain location on the farm, whether they drop seeds from chopping them down is not. So that's just kind of a weird thing there. I don't know how else to explain that.
Yeah, so so there's I can kind of explain it. If you've ever seen a Stardew Valley speedrun where we've done like winter forage farming or clay farming, there's basically a grid of like spawn points underneath every single tillable tile. And one of those things is actually the seeds that trees will drop. So we could, if we wanted to, memorize for summer 26 and also fall 28 what trees on what locations are going to drop the number of seeds, but that doesn't really sound like a lot of fun personally. So we kind of basically we end up in a situation where we end up with enough seeds on average. This is the only like RNG point, but that's not like a kill the run sort of thing. It's just we have to spend more time in fall if you don't get everything in summer.
Yep. Yeah. So, and then like you can also back that up to winter. But we have grabbed, we're right about halfway on tree seeds, and then I bought 5 hops for the wild medicine bundle from the traveling cart. Wow, who would have guessed that those would be on there exactly the day we go out? So we are back to sleeping if our wonderful host has anything to interject with. We got some snoozing time.
I've got a $25 donation from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. They say, we are speedrunners. Sorry, Luigi, but leaving you behind is faster. And that brings me to the point that we've got another bid war open actually for Paper Mario, which is starting in about 20 minutes or so. And it is leave Luigi or bring Luigi. So Luigi's at $25. Leave Luigi's at $25. Bring Luigi is only at $5. So I feel like this is a bit, do we want to save time? Do we want to lose time? Well, if you leave Luigi behind, then we go fast, I guess. It closes after Bowser's defeated, as you'd kind of expect, I'd hope, in a Mario game. So get your donations in if you want to save the poor little guy.
Yeah, spoilers for that run that we're gonna defeat.
Oh,
Bowser,
sorry. Sorry, spoilers, chat.
Oh no.
Sorry.
But we got ourselves a real save the Luigis or save the frames on that one, huh?
I do have a question. When you speedrun Stardew Valley, can you play Stardew normally anymore?
I can a little bit, though I do tend to do, like, if I'm playing somewhat casually, I get myself into more of, like, kind of low-key challenge runs, but I'll, like, add some like only selling tea saplings. We went through a real phase, me and a friend group in the Stardew Valley community of trying to get $1 billion in Stardew, only selling tea saplings. It was a whole era. That's about the closest I can get to playing casual, because you can just like do whatever as you like kind of set up for that kind of stuff. But yeah, we'll occasionally just like mess around on a multiplayer farm though. Like that still has its charm of like you just get some friends in a file and you just do whatever.
I personally absolutely refuse to use any of my speed, like other than animation canceling, I refuse to use any speedrun or min-max knowledge in my casual farms, and it drives my friends crazy because they're like, hey, Jess, you know how to play this game, and I'm like, yeah, and I refuse, actually.
See,
I want to take my farming sim slow.
See, my thing is I'm the slightly different version of that, where I will use it, but only to be extremely silly. Like, yeah, I'll go clay farm to get a bunch of money for, I don't know, something completely useless.
To buy hats,
yeah,
of course.
Hats. Yeah, to buy the red vest from the traveling cart when it shows up, of course. The most important hat.
doing cleanup for tree seeds in the fall is really nice because the trees are the most obviously different during the season, with the maple trees and oak trees being red and yellow, which is very nice because in winter in summer they have one of the trees has like little flowers on them, like a little bit, so you can kind of tell. In spring, it's basically you have to be able to see the branch pattern underneath the trees. And then in winter as well, like one of the trees is kind of more spread out, and then the other one's like more close together. I have a chart that I keep on the side of all of the trees and their different growth phases and things, so that I can help keep track of things. Because I ran Hat Mouse for a bit, which required you to get proper foraging levels and tree seeds. That also, I think, has changed a little bit with the introduction of 1.6. So, but it carried over well to this speed run in particular.
Right, so we got our 10 of each tree seeds, so that's great. And we are going to kind of just take a quick loop to pick up some fall foraging around town. And then we got a big turn-in at the community center. So that quest line, we tried to read the text that the Junimos, the little forest spirits. I've been told not aliens, despite what I have said previously in other marathon event appearances. I do still think they're aliens. You can't dissuade me, thank you. But the little forest spirits that are helping us restore the community center here, they've got their own little language that we can't read. We try to read it, and then we get a mysterious letter from the wizard that we read very fast out of the mail. We went and saw him in summer, and he's like, yeah, I can teach you how to read that. Don't even worry about it. So now we can go turn stuff in. Which means I need to go grab this plum, this kind of last thing here, as far as our 4 fall foraging items. And we're going to go turn in the spring foraging, which is on the ground at the community center, and then the summer and fall foraging, which are in our pockets. And that's going to give us some rewards out of the community center. We talked about how money is kind of solved in this run, and that's the big thing. Something you might not have thought of to do if you're playing this game casually, you get, for the seasonal foraging bundles, you get packets of seeds, and they actually sell for quite a bit. So in speedruns, they tend to be really good for getting yourself some extra money at some key points. So we're gonna turn all these in, and then we get 30 of each seed packet for the seasonal seeds that we can go sell to Pierre. And then I'm going to...
Glitchless, by the way.
Yeah, glitchless, by the way. You can definitely just always run through this. Don't worry about that. We're, animation canceling through this, and I'm going to attempt to path through using this kind of window in the tree here. I'll run down, you bump into something, and I'm going to kind of head up diagonally, and I'm going to try to be facing Pierre's door of the general store right as we get out of this animation here. Very close. And then another fun micro optimization here. You don't even have to move over to the left. You can just kind of grab the hitbox for selling stuff right there. So now, pockets are lined with money. Time to go buy stuff from the traveling cart. Wow, who would have thought that on this day that we happen to go out towards the end of the season, there will be 5 purple mushrooms there.
One of the fun things that also is, again, introducing RNG into the seeded run is that from cutting down some of those trees in fall, you have the chance of getting, from maple trees, a hazelnut, I believe, can fall out of the tree. And so that can also save you some time because you saw how far away that hazelnut was when we went to go pick it up. So it's another very, fun little micro optimization is to get that random drop from the tree, and then you don't have to go out of your way for it.
I'm just gonna do, don't even worry about this right here. Just gonna repair this landing zone. I can't remember which of these two that are the ones that spawn in on which days, but just kind of prepping for our meteor encounters here. And then we'll just pass out.
Yeah, so the way that overnight, random overnight events occur is that it checks the, space that it could spawn in, and if it's got an open space, then it will Hello. It will
we forgot
spawn
about the
then.
meteors. No. Jump scare at the end of this day.
But yeah, so then they will appear. So Zachary, by putting down paths, meteors will destroy paths, but they won't destroy like random forage on the farm. So by putting down those paths, it means that we have an increased chance of those things appearing.
Yeah, I took a look at that a little bit yesterday, and it's like it's a check on terrain features, and there's something in there about like if it like blocks your pathing, like that type of stuff it doesn't want to spawn on top of. So if you put stuff down that doesn't block your movement through there, you're pretty much all good. Yeah, so we've got about everything besides our winter foraging. We're gonna have to sleep a little bit extra on this seed compared to the other one to get a nice convenient set of winter forage. But we've got our 4 winter forage items that we've got to pick up, which is a winter root, a snow yam. Both of those, we get them out of the ground. You can just hit the right spot on the ground and they're right there. And then we need to get, in this seed, it's a holly and a crocus, which is slightly different from the other one, which I believe is holly and crystal fruit. So I'm going to keep that correct in my mind. I know where I have to go to pick them up, and whatever's there, that's what we're grabbing.
But any last minute messages from our host?
I was going to say we're sleeping a lot, and I know what that means. So
yes.
We've been doing a ton of donos,
no, you.
and I've got a dono here. $10 from Inchenko, who I'm not sure we've done this, Inchenko, that just says, bless the run. Thank you, question mark?
Hi, Inch, thank you so much.
I'm not sure we've done that, but we're trying.
We're doing our best, okay?
Winter 17, this is my birthday. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, and the wizards. Wow. I'm gonna get all of this out of my pocket. We're gonna grab all the stuff we've got to turn in. I might have done the tiniest little bit about having to sleep this far into winter for forage. This does get us decently, convenient forage, but it might have been partially for that one last week on the 14th. Don't worry about it.
We appreciate the sacrifice for the bit.
Yeah. Like, it's a perfectly valid thing that could happen where it's just like, oh, dang, none of the Saturdays have good forage, through town or the bus stop or anything. And these are, like, fine, but it was just like, hey, there's that one last meteor there that we can get in. So we're coming up on the end of the run here. I just need to grab this crocus from up by Clint's. We're going to run to the community center, and I'm going to click all these things into the community center to donate them, and then we will see the crafts room get repaired on the start of our trip to help bring the town back to its former glory. So we are, getting quite close.
I always really like
call out time on that animation. Yeah, good.
I was gonna say I always really like crafts room, and if you're into like things, I think like especially Stardew's is a menus game, but like I really enjoy crafts room as like a good way to be like, okay, am I doing inventory management correctly? Do I know how to menu? I love this category.
Yeah, this one's really cool because like I figured out like basically just like having just the right inventory on the right days. 1.6 is also easier on those turn-ins. It does a better highlighting of what you can turn in. But yeah, the Junimos, Keepers of the Forest, and they're gonna repair this crafts room. And that is time.
GG's.
GG.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for watching Stardew Valley Seated Crafts Room. As soon as this animation ends, I'm going to reset this day. But Jess, would you like to do some quick shout-outs, end of the run, wrap-up stuff?
Yeah.
As I give us a quick farm tour?
As we go see just how cursed the farm is, I have been the Valiant Son. I'm the Valiant Son on all platforms. I speedrun Stardew Valley, but I've also been dipping my toes into a bunch of different things, largely Metroidvanias, because, I just explained I really like micro-optimizations and inventory management, and who knew that's available in other types of video games. So yeah. But you should definitely, like Zachary's going to do their own shout out as well, but you should definitely check out Zachary. They've done a ton of really cool stuff, especially with like 1.6, figuring out seeds and things. I spent a lot of time in 1.5 figuring out things and then didn't have the energy to like pivot that into 1.6. So it's really cool that Zachary spent so much time like developing things for this.
Yeah, this run in particular I had like thought about right when 1.6 came out with the new bundle, and then you were prepping to run it for what the GDQ events, I can't remember the name of it. But then I was like, you know what, let's get back to it. And then this turned out to be really fun. I love seeded runs, just kind of figure out, you know, how you can kind of set yourself up for all these fun little optimizations. But yeah, as said, I am Zachary20XX. You can find me on the platforms, the Bluesky doing the posting, the Twitch doing the streaming, the YouTube occasionally posting something publicly on speedruns, occasional task content for Stardew Valley. It's been a hot minute since I've done any of that, but we'll see about that. But yeah, I think that's it. Get into Stardew speedrunning. It's fun. There's lots of different lengths to run, like this one, fairly short. There's, you know, all the way to longer runs like your community centers or even missing bundles, to your extremely long runs, you know, glitchless true perfection, vanilla true perfection, if you really want to get into a segmented, you know, many dozen hour run, as I started with, because, you know, sometimes you see something that's really funny and you're like, yeah, that's me. I see, I could do that. But yeah, thank you for having me. I think that's all I got. Thanks for having me on Prevent-A-Thon. Appreciate it.
Thank you both so much. That was really fun and just a tiny bit cursed. So we're going to have a bit of a break, but before I send you off to break, since we made that incentive, you guys have had so much hype in the past couple hours. I want to talk really quickly about what your money goes to, because we are here to have fun. We are here to curse literally every run that we can, but it's really important to talk about what we're here for. So when you donate to Little Warriors, it goes to a lot of different things. And one of the things they've got is the Be Brave Bridge Incentive, which is a comprehensive online program that connects specialized counselors and coaches with children, teens, and parents impacted by trauma who might not otherwise receive timely mental health support. These programs are designed to provide immediate mental health support to anyone affected by trauma. To learn more, go to littlewarriors.ca/bridge-online-programs or type bridge, !bridge in chat. Okay, my friends, we're going to take a quick break. I will be right back. You make sure you hydrate, and I'll see you soon. Welcome back, chat. I hope you've gotten hydrated. I hope you've had a bit of a break. It is my time to go, I'm afraid. Thank you so much for having me. I have been Talia the Fox. You can find me at twitch.tv/Talia the Fox. I am a sometime streamer, but when you do catch me, I stream cozy games, I stream FMV games, and I stream point-and-click horror games. You heard that right. Sometimes you can find me there. I'm actually on holiday this upcoming week, so I'll be streaming at least once, probably twice, so come hang out. I'm not on any other social media because it makes my brain hurt, but it has been an absolute honor to have been the host for today and for a couple days ago for Pat, and I just want to thank everyone for letting me be here. Be good, enjoy the rest of the run, and stay safe.
Hello, you are watching Prevent-A-Thon, supporting Little Warriors. Thank you so much for watching. We're getting ready for our next run, but I want to remind you of a couple incentives we have going on. One for the next run of Paper Mario. We're looking to see if we are bringing Luigi along for our end credits, or are we leaving him home alone for the time save. You can choose to either bring or leave Luigi. We also have a new incentive for Earthbound Bike Percent. Currently, we're playing Bookie Percent, but if we want to upgrade that to Bike Percent, we'll get a bike in Tucson, which can only be done without any other party members. There will be lots of bells, plus you get a bike. What more could Ness want? All right, looks like we're ready to go for Paper Mario. Phantom is ready. No bosses are safe. Take it away, Phantom.
All right. Welcome, everyone. I am Phantom, and I'm also joined by our commentator, a very special commentator.
Hello, I am Cubit. I've played Paper Mario casually, but have never seen the all bosses speedrun, so I am well prepared and excited to see this and comment on it.
Yeah, so this will be all bosses. I'm gonna just kind of jump into the game because we have a bit of an intro to get through, and we can talk as we go. So I'll give a quick countdown here. 3, 2, 1, go. So this is Mario's house. Mario and Luigi are invited to Peach's castle for a party, as I think typically happens when Peach does literally anything. She just has people at the castle. And surely nothing will go wrong. The intro to the speedrun is fairly standard. There's not a whole lot you can really do other than some optimal movement, no matter what category you're playing. And we'll talk about what all bosses means as we kind of get to some of the more strange, I guess, inclusions in the category. Notably, unlike one of the more popular categories, all cards, after defeating a chapter boss, we do not have to touch the card for category rules. We just have to defeat the boss itself, and that'll come into play in a few spots. So, gaining control of Mario here, we're going to be doing what we'll be doing for the entire run, and that is using spin. So by pressing the Z button, Mario will spin in the direction that I'm holding the analog stick, and I can jump out of that spin before it ends to cancel out of the end lag of the spin motion.
It's fun to do casually too, the spin run.
Yeah, it's very fun. It kind of is what makes this game what it is in terms of like a speedrun. You get to optimize a lot of very minor movements with spins. There's also a badge we'll be getting after Chapter 1 that will make our spin even better. So we need to route in 50 coins to buy that badge as soon as possible. And then I don't know what's happening here. Bowser's Castle was literally under Peach's. I feel like that's just a mistake.
And no one knew. Apparently no one knew until now.
Yeah.
Like, how do you pull that off?
It seems like some error in planning. I don't know. Maybe this is why she's always kidnapped. Who knows? And then we're in space, and Bowser just breaks the window. Everything's fine.
I do appreciate that they brought back his little, like, clown ship from Super Mario World. It was a nice touch.
Yeah, he makes good use of it.
He does.
The clown motif for Bowser is a constant thing in these games.
It's a vibe.
And this is our tutorial, kind of. It's the first tutorial. We have the ability to jump, and that is it.
Yeah, so this is scripted. I don't think. Is there a way to like glitch out and beat Bowser, or you pretty much just have to?
With some special tools, you could cheat Bowser's HP. He does have HP. You could cheat it to 0, and the game just crashes. Because what would you do?
Yeah. Oh well, game's over. Go home.
Bowser has put up a star shield. This has given him 1 defense. That means I can't do damage to him because I can only do 1 damage. And then he does his dangerous fire breath attack that does 10 damage. I don't know why he didn't just start with that. But that is our sort of tutorial or intro to like the battle system at a core level. It's an RPG. We have the ability to jump, and we will be soon getting the ability to use a hammer as well, and then we will select that option once for the next 3 hours. Jumping is just significantly faster. Especially so when we get into action commands, which will come into play at the end of our prologue. Unlike Thousand Year Door, we do not start the game with action commands. It is something that we need to be given by our Peach's companion, who we will be meeting later. His name is Twink. He is a star kid that we'll be seeing throughout the game. And Mario's just dead in the forest. Because he fell from the sky and landed on the ground after getting struck by lightning and burned by fire.
Mario's had a rough day. Mario's bad day.
And these are the 7 star spirits that were captured by Bowser in the cutscene that you can only see if you sit on the title screen for long enough. But we need to save them. Unfortunately, since this is all bosses, we only save 3 of them. Because we have to. There's no reasonable way to progress the game without saving those 3. But the rest of them, we just kind of leave.
Just leave them there. I believe the stars also make an appearance in Mario Party 3, maybe?
I think it's 5.
5. Oh, it's 5. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Mario Party 5, they are the, like... I don't know what they are. They're like the hosts of Mario Party or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Mario has woken up in a Toad house. In Goomba Village. He's completely shocked that there's a village of Goombas.
You know it's a toad house because it has a giant toad face on the wall. It's just...
Also, this toad just lives with all these Goombas.
Yeah.
And Goomba Village is really just, it's one family of Goombas. Across 3 generations. That's Goompa. He's fixing the veranda. And this is Goompapa. He just fixed the gate. So he can, we'll be able to leave Goomba Village and make our way to Toad Town shortly. And that's Kammy Koopa. Here to ruin everything.
Like you do when a Magic Koopa appears.
Oh man, he just fixed the gate, Cammy.
Yeah, and you can't walk around. You can't just walk around it.
No.
You actually have to. That always got me so heated. I'm like, I just want to walk around it, man.
Well, Goompa has a hammer, and the hammer should be able to break that block at least. Oh man.
Oh, jeez.
Well, the veranda's gone. The earthquake caused by dropping that block just collapsed the entire veranda, and the probably 70, 80-year-old Goomba just fell to the ground below. But he's fine. He did drop his hammer, though. Over here in the playground. So, this is our hammer. We'll be using it once in battle.
So how do Goombas use hammers?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but did you know Bob-Ombs have hands?
Which ones do?
Bob-Ombs.
Oh, really?
In the credits of this game, they do wave at you.
No way.
So maybe Goombas also have hands. They just put them behind their back.
They're just behind their backs the whole time. That's so polite of them.
And this is Junior Troopa. He is sort of like Mario's rival, I guess, throughout the game. This is another fairly scripted fight. He has not a whole lot of HP, and he's gonna power up here. Use his full strength to do 2 damage. Oof. And now the fight is over.
Yeah, he shows up a couple times, and he's just kind of more annoying than anything.
Yep. Every encounter with Junior Troopa is considered a boss fight, including this one. For the sake of the category. And that is relevant because that fight is technically skippable with glitches. But in this category, we actually have to do that fight. And now making our way back to Goomba Village. We're going to be given a very special gift. It's going to be our first badge. And I will say it is also possible to skip this cutscene. You would not be given the power jump badge, and you would not be given Goombario as well, but you can do it. It would lose you a lot of time. Just because this badge is so important. This is power jump. We're going to be using this a lot. Since jump is faster than hammer, power jump is going to do 3 damage instead of 1 at the cost of 2 FP. Which is very significant.
Yeah, it's a very powerful move, and it's also fun to do when you get the hang of it.
Yeah. We're also given Goombario. He's here. He's gonna get to do a couple attacks throughout the course of the entire speedrun. Moving.
We'll give you a couple head bonks.
Yeah, moving around those Goombas, that is, these rooms are considered probably some of the hardest rooms in the entire game. Just because they're so small, and there's a lot of enemies on them. And this is our next boss fight against the red and blue Goomba. Red Goomba has 7 HP, blue Goomba has 6. So we're going to power jump the red Goomba, puts him down to 4. Head bonk the red Goomba, puts him down to 3. And the blue Goomba is still at 6 HP. We're going to power jump him as well, put him down to 3. And then we're going to tell Goombario to do nothing. And this handy fire flower that I picked up just outside of the playground does 3 damage to all enemies, defeating them both at the same time. If you were to defeat one before the other, you do get some extra text, where they're sad that you just beat their brother up. But we make our way back there to the heart block, get back up to full HP and FP, and head on over to another boss fight. Really jam-packed full of bosses at the beginning.
Yeah, rapid fire, huh?
Yeah, we fought Junior Troopa, we fought the red and blue Goomba, and now we're going to be fighting the Goomba King. His castle is so magnificent, it has 1 room with 2 doors on either side. And there he is.
Any minute now. Yeah.
Just look at his pants. His magnificent vertical striped pants.
Yeah. I think a bad guy in Yoshi's Island is wearing those same pants.
I believe it.
Yeah.
There is a small gimmick to this fight. Goombario head bonk this tree.
I like that the tree's wearing a band-aid.
It's meant to signify that you can hit the tree. Just so to drop the Goom Nut onto the other side. And that is the Goomba King. His 10 HP was not enough.
Bertha Bashful, that was it. The guy that's wearing the same pants in Yoshi's Island. Confirmed.
So we hit the switch that Goomba King hid in this bush outside of the castle. It detonates the castle. I don't know why he made a switch that destroys his castle, but it's there.
I love how it falls apart like this. So keep in mind, it's Paper Mario, so like the way a lot of the animation and stuff like just looks like paper. And it has some comedic effects sometimes. Most of the time.
That boing sound effect.
Boing, yeah. The way it just folds.
Goomba King gets launched into space. But he's probably fine.
Probably.
He shows up in the credits. And this is our first of a few instances of just cutscenes. If Matrimony, you want to talk a little bit about our charity?
Yes, absolutely. we are benefiting Little Warriors, and I'd like to talk about the Prevent-It program they offer. It's offered in person and online by Little Warriors. Prevent-It is a free, evidence-based educational workshop developed in Canada in conjunction with researchers at the University of Alberta. Prevent-It educates and empowers adults to take action and help prevent and respond to child sexual abuse. To learn more, go to littlewarriors.ca/prevent-it or type !prevent in chat.
Awesome. Yeah, this is our introduction to the next boss fight, our first chapter boss, which will be the Koopa Bros. Not themed in any way whatsoever.
Nope, totally not a reference to anything else. Completely original idea.
Original characters.
Not trademarked.
Nope. And now we have made it back to Toad Town, or in Japanese, Kinoko Town.
Mushroom Town.
And Eldstar, in that sort of intro sequence, told Mario to meet him on Shooting Star Summit. So that is kind of where we're going, making our way past Peach's Castle. It was there. And off to Shooting Star Summit. A lot of these little stairs are spaced very well for spins to just kind of get you the perfect distance. It's almost like they designed it that way. I don't know if they actually intended it to be that way.
It's a really good design if they did.
Yeah. And then this is Eldstar telling Mario to save everyone, save all 7 of the Star Spirits. And he's gonna, I think they say to like go talk to Merlin for like some hint as to like where to look. Maybe that's a different cutscene. I haven't read the text in this game in a very long time. Notably, I am also not actually mashing the text. I am able to advance it automatically at the fastest possible speed by holding the B button. That is exclusive to the first Paper Mario game. No other Mario RPG lets you just hold the B button to advance text as fast as possible.
Man, I wish they kept that.
It's such a good feature.
It's so nice. Don't have your like button mash your way through dialogue you already know.
Yeah. Notably, also, we are playing in Japanese. There are numerous glitches used in this category especially that are Japanese exclusive. In addition, the Japanese text, not just because of the limited characters used, but when they released the game for US, they made text move slower. On top of having more characters. And that is also true for the PAL release as well as the IQ version as well. Notably, the IQ version would be Chinese text. You'd think that theoretically that should be faster in Japanese, but because of the US text speed is actually significantly slower still. And this is Twink. He is Peach's companion throughout the game. And he is off to give Mario the Lucky Star, which will allow Mario to do action commands. And action commands are kind of the whole, like, the key to the combat system in this game. So by timing inputs precisely in battle, we can do more damage and also take less damage. And we're gonna skip the tutorial here. And go straight into our fight against a Magic Koopa. So Power Jump was doing 3 damage to the Goomba Bros as well as the Goomba King. And against this Magic Koopa, it does 4 damage, because we now are able to time our A-press. Similarly, we blocked that attack. You saw Mario kind of duck under his hat to take 2 damage instead of 3. Blocking and not blocking attacks will be very important for routing our HP in a specific way. It'll come up much later. But we have our first actual glitch. Our first trick of the run. It's gonna kind of depend on a friend how this goes. And that friend is referred to as the green toad. So, oh. Hey, nice. Thank you, green toad. And there we go.
So how's it the green toad like triggers that?
So while hammering specifically, Mario's collider is kind of disabled with wall collision, but not with NPC collision. So the NPC can push him into walls while his hammer is out and spinning.
Oh.
So by doing some specific balls out of bounds there, we can sort of just land behind the black toads. No one knows why they're blocking the road. It's a mystery. They're just kind of there.
They're just being jerks.
Yeah. So we're gonna make our way over to Koopa Village. And we're gonna do some shopping. This is one of the few instances in the game, I think, well, one of 2 times I will ever use money. Because I need to buy some fire flowers. Those fire flowers are going to come in very handy here. And there is a kind of naked Koopa. He has like an undershirt, I guess. And shoes.
He's just a little underdressed. Yeah, Koopa.
The fuzzies have taken his shell, which I think is kind of rude.
Why though? Like, why do they need the shell?
They're just kind of being a menace.
Yeah.
This minigame is RNG. The fuzzies will go between... They'll stop in 3 trees. There are 4 trees here. It's just completely random. The number of bounces they do are also random. And on the 3rd cycle, I will need to pay very close attention because it is very fast. Oh. Please go to the left.
I'm like trying to play along here.
Yeah, it's notably on the English version, that last bounce is much easier to follow. So on the 3rd sequence on Japanese, it looks so much faster. So I do a little bit of counting in my head to like figure out what tree they're actually in. And this is our second partner. This is Cooper. Say goodbye to Goombario. We will not see him again for a very long time.
I never used Goombario in my for like 2 minutes. I'm like, okay, I'm done playing now. He just doesn't have as much riz as Goombella does from TTYD.
Yeah, Goombario doesn't really do a whole lot. He has some very niche uses, but in a speedrun especially, he doesn't serve much purpose. This is a very minor difference between what I would do in like a PB attempt. I'm grabbing this HP plus. That is going to be used in exactly 1 fight against Bowser. And it is going to make things much safer at the end. But we can talk about that in 2.5 hours. So, off we go with Cooper to the Koopa Bros Fortress. Because that is where our first Star Spirit is, and we can't really do a whole lot. Glitch-wise at this point, there's not much you have available with just Goombario and Cooper.
Yeah.
Most of the glitches in this game do rely on partners. And notably, a couple partners in particular that we will be making our way to as fast as possible. But
I was a fan of I forget her name, the Boo lady. She's one of my favorites.
That's unfortunate.
Oh no, she died. Oh, rip.
We never enter Boo's mansion.
Oh no.
So we will never have Bo.
Oh.
We do get all of the other partners.
I do like forgetting their names. The Pinko Bomb as well.
Yeah, Bombette will be coming up very shortly here.
Yeah, she's another fun one to use in Control.
Yeah, she's very useful in battle, especially.
Yeah. Oh, here, let me just blow up in front of your enemies. Yeah.
So Koopa Fortress is fairly straightforward. There's not a whole lot going on here. There is one very important thing in this room, especially. There's a badge in this room. It's right there. That little pink shoe. That badge is Power Bounce. And Power Bounce, as long as you don't miss the action command, you can jump quotation marks infinitely. Oh. And here on this staircase, we're just gonna jump through it.
These stairs.
And this lets us skip a Koopa Fortress key and the fight there. So that defeating that Koopa in that room drops a switch onto the ground and then lets you make your way off into what we call the pit. But doing the pit with Bombette is a little bit faster. So we're gonna pick her up real quick. Because it turns out Bombette's basic attack does, well, not basic attack, her FP using attack, Bomb, currently does 5 damage. 5 is a lot more than anything else any other partner or Mario can do. Koopas have 4 HP and 1 defense, which means that Bomb will instantly defeat them in battle. And for blowing up this wall, we do trigger the prison guards. They did hear that.
They did hear the giant explosion in the other room.
Yeah. And we're gonna make use of one of our other fire flowers here. 3 damage to everything. And then we body slam this Koopa for 1 more damage. This is all very particularly routed. We do need all of these coins. And I'm going to be attempting something that is very particular. This Koopa on the far right is kind of a jerk. Yeah, okay. I'll just do the backup. Depending on where he is when you enter the room, he can be very friendly or kind of rude. That one was a rude position. You want him to be a little bit closer. Yeah, a little bit closer or a little bit further away. And it's pretty easy to hit him with Bomb. But because of where he was spaced in a very awkward way. This is where RNG actually can kind of impact things quite a bit. If this fails, I will be changing my route significantly.
Oh.
Cool. It worked.
All right.
That has a 90% chance to work on both of them. So I needed two 90% and I got it.
Knowing how speedrunning goes, I bet that misses more often than it seems like it should.
Yeah. In a PB attempt, I reset if that fails. Because it loses about 40 seconds throughout the course of the entire run to reroute that.
That's hype that you got it.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
So jumping over these fire bars 10 times spawns 10 coins.
I had no idea you could do that.
Okay. If you burn, they reset back to their slowest speed, and I do not need... Yeah, that's fine. I need 50 coins by the time I leave Bros Fortress, and the final fight at the top of the fortress gives me 10. I'm gonna bring this guy over here. Also, a minor difference between this and Thousand Year Door. Mario's hammer extends his grab hitbox on items. So you can use hammer to actually pick up items, which is very good for if you're moving away from the item that you're trying to grab. Very small thing. And this trick up here is technically not a glitch. It is allowed in glitchless categories as well. And it's also a very, very old trick. These are called pie jumps. Okay. By sort of getting in front of the wall here and just jumping around it, you can skip hitting the switches subsequent times. Found by I Ate Your Pie in 2013. If I recall the year correctly.
Oh, I was gonna ask why they're called that. That clears things up.
Yep. Yeah, I believe that is one of two tricks in this game that we have named after the person that discovered them. The other one being Flare Carry, named after Flare, but we don't do Flare Carry in this category. So, making your way to the top, all that's left is a fight against a set of cannons and then the Kooparos themselves. The cannons are fairly, not scripted, but straightforward. We will be using our good bomb friend to first strike the cannons. As you saw with the Koopa earlier, the first strike from Bombette does max damage. So it's the best first strike you can do in the game. It's just very awkward to actually hit it. And I'm gonna try and not get shot by cannons. These patterns are RNG. And we're good. Very quick fight here. We very much do not ever want extra experience, so defeating these cannons before they spawn bullets is fairly important. The experience route in this category, there are multiple instances where we will finish a fight at 98 star points. And we very much never want to level up early. There's also one instance where we level up by 1 extra star point. So trying to back up accidentally getting more experience somewhere early on is, by getting less somewhere else, isn't necessarily trivial. And this is Bowser. I think we're at the end of the game.
Believe it. Yeah.
Bowser has 10 HP, just like he did in Peach's Castle. So we did 3, and then 4, and then our power jump does 3, and Bowser's been defeated.
Wow, that was a short run.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was your world record.
All right, so these are the Koopa Bros.
Oh. What? It was them the whole time.
In a Bowser trench coat.
No, in a Bowser trench coat. Turtles all the way down.
So the bomb instantly knocks over the tower, and they each have 5 HP. Pow Block does 2 and keeps them flipped over because they're Koopas, and the Fire Flower does 3 damage for a total of 5. Yep, so that was our first chapter boss. And we'll be coming up on a Peach intermission shortly. This game has a lot of Peach intermissions. This is the last one we will be seeing until we defeat the Chapter 6 boss. Which is one of the things that makes the glitch categories much faster paced than, say, glitchless. Just getting to not watch these cutscenes, basically. And say hello to Eldstar, who is our first star spirit. He gives us the power Refresh, which heals you for 5 HP and 5 FP at the cost of 1 star power. And
That's a pretty handy one.
In a perfect world, we will literally never use it. It can be used as a backup in some situations, but ideally, star powers are very slow. And we try as much as we can to not use them. Actually, this category never uses star powers. Not a single one. Well, there is one. There is one that's used as a backup. For a fight that I will be saving before.
Which star power is it?
The star power we will use is Lullaby.
Oh, okay. I would not have guessed that one.
Yeah, it'll come up shortly before Chapter 8. Since this is all bosses, we do need to defeat every single enemy considered a boss. And there are a few that are kind of out of the way. And some that people might not even know exist. I'll say that much.
The lore thickens.
Yeah, this is our last chance to accidentally take a tutorial. Eldstar wants to teach us about using star powers. It's also the longest tutorial by quite a bit. I believe it's 45 seconds.
Oof.
Yeah, now we get to make our way back to Toad Town. During that Peach intermission, she discovered the location of Mamar in Dry Dry Desert, who is the second intended star spirit. And Twink will be coming down to tell us about that once we get back to Toad Town. We do have one boss fight before we get back to Toad Town, however. Our good friend will be making his reappearance here. Hiding in this bush, waiting for Mario the entire time. And then he asks if you remember who he is. It's faster to say yes, even though it's funnier to say no.
Yeah, I always like to say no, because he gets really heated.
He has 15 HP, so 3, 7, he also, by going back in his shell, he has given himself 1 defense. There's 10 damage. And here's 14. He is at 1 HP. And prepare for the only time you will ever see this.
The hammer.
The hammer does 2 damage, whereas jump does 1 damage twice. So that is our only instance of clicking at least the basic hammer attack. And now Twink is telling us about the next Star Spirit we need to save. But before we even consider doing any of that, we have a 75% chance here to get what I want. Let's see if it's here. It's not! Let's go. Okay. So, to reload the shop, we go 2 screens away, and then come back for another 75% chance. World record for most attempts is 9. It takes about 25 seconds to reload the shop. There it is.
No. Okay, good.
This is Speedy Spin.
Rolls off the tongue. I love it.
And now our spins go much further. They're faster. And overall, it saves minutes. Tens of minutes over the course of the entire run.
So even if it takes 9 tries to get it, it still saves time.
Yeah. You wouldn't continue that run, but... I did have a PB with 5th try. My personal best is 7th try. If you want to consider that,
I love how you keep track.
If you want to consider that a best.
Also, I know they're probably not going to be in this run, but I totally got into those pigs when I played this game.
Oh yeah.
That like pig that you passed, yeah.
Yeah,
that was like way more addicting than it needed to be.
Yeah, we're gonna pass by it again and then never see them.
Yeah, bye pigs.
We're taking the train to Mount Rugged. This is still kind of the intended routing here. We need to get a couple things on Mount Rugged. One, there is a magical seed, which we will need to enter Chapter 6. 2, there is a badge called Damage Dodge, which means your blocks, while Damage Dodge is equipped, block 2 damage instead of 1. And then there is this guy. And Paracarry is kind of really good. He is able to do 5 damage with Shell Shot. It's a very fast attack. Also, this is Wacka. I will be taking one of those.
Yeah.
But Paracarry does very significant damage for very cheap, and it's very fast. It is possible to skip getting Paracarry, but for all bosses, it doesn't actually save that much time to do. I believe it's around 30 seconds. Due to all the things that you need to do from skipping Paracarry. So we're just gonna make it easy on ourselves and get our very strong partner.
Let me know when to be a good time for an update.
Yeah, we can do right now.
Okay, great. Well, we have a donation, $25 from our own Talia the Fox. Fox says, poor Luigi, he's just a little guy, and he's green. Save the green, save the little guys, less than 3. And that $25 went towards bringing Luigi, which now puts it ahead of leaving him behind. I gotta ask Phantom and Cubit Beat, do you have a preference on leaving him behind or bringing him?
I would like to not watch him talk to Mario for 12 seconds. That's my preference.
Yeah, that is my preference as well.
Ideally.
You see him differently. If you play through T2ID, you kind of see Luigi in a different light in the Paper Mario series.
Yeah, so we had to find these letters for Parakarry. 3 letters. Now as he lost them, he just dropped them all across the mountain. It's kind of his job to deliver them, and now he wants Mario to help him deliver the letters. So he's gonna come with Mario. We will not be delivering any letters, but we will be using Parakarry in battle a few times. And he will be used right about now to do a very important thing and cross a gap in order to grab this magical seed from a Bubbled. And I think we're done with Mount Rugged. It seems like a pretty good time to leave. We got everything we needed. There's nothing on the other side of the mountain. We're gonna make our way back to Toad Town. On the way, I will be hitting this heart block. And back to Toad Town we go. As you do. This is what you would do, I think, casually as well. You would get Parakarry, get the magical seed, go back to Toad Town. Probably gonna plant the magical seed. Surely. But
I actually completely forget about this seed.
So the 4 magical seeds are needed to enter Chapter 6. We're gonna be grabbing them kind of as quickly as we can. I'm gonna just dance with these toads for a little bit.
Waltz with them a little.
Yeah. Alright. That was close. Come on, buddy. Okay.
And everyone's doing the toe tango.
Yeah, so these toads have a range where they will not walk further left, and I really want them to walk further left. Thank you, Blue Toad. So the green toad pushed the blue toad out of his walk range. Now he's gonna come over here. Come on, buddy. As you saw with our green toad friend earlier. A little bit closer to the wall, buddy. There we go.
There we go. Thank you, Bluey.
So, we're inside the blue house. This is Rip Cheeto. Bye, Rip Cheeto. We're gonna blow up your wall.
Oh, wait, what is the lore on that guy? Because I completely missed this in my casual playthrough. What? Who was that? I have questions.
He's just a man that lives in the sewers.
Oh my goodness.
We're just gonna go through his house and come over here. Hey, it's a blooper. You know, it's been a while since we've done a boss fight. So, Blooper, we're just going to try and do as much damage as we can as fast as possible. And Power Bounce is a very good way of doing a lot of damage. I'm going to try and focus, because these are 2-frame windows at the very end. Oh, 20... I'll just do this. Alright, he should be at 8 HP. Okay. Hitting 2-frame windows is not my thing today. He's at 1 HP. It's fine. We level up here. And we make our way through this blue pipe that he opens up. Which, you probably know where this goes, right?
I actually don't. Oh, what? I have questions.
So, we are in Chapter 5. This is Yoshi's Island.
Yoshi's Island, yeah.
Or Lava Lava Island, as it's called in-game. It's Yoshi's Island. It's Yoshi Village.
It's Yoshi's Island, yeah.
So Colorado here, I don't know who this guy is, but he's really into this volcano. Never met him before in my life. I'm gonna grab this Jammin' Jelly. The Jammin' Jelly is an item that heals 50 FP when it's used in battle or outside of battle. And all of the Yoshi children are missing. Sushi is their babysitter, and Sushi is gonna be the one to tell us to go find the children in the jungle.
Yo, Sushi the fish who hangs out in the tree.
Yeah, I mean, she was put up there.
Oh, okay.
And we have one thing we're gonna grab real quick here. There is a very good badge in the next room over. Sushi lets us swim in the water. There's been a lot of water, I think. At least a little bit. This badge right here is also very powerful. This is Power Quake. This is gonna let us do 4 damage to all grounded enemies with our hammer. And now that we have Power Quake and Sushi, we're gonna leave.
Okay, bye. Oh, are we not gonna find the kids? They're just
they're fine.
They're fine. Okay.
You saw the one sleeping in the tree. I think he's fine.
Yeah, that's yeah. We'll just go with that. Yeah.
So back to Toad Town. You know, there was water in this first room over here. And we just got Sushi. I think that this is the perfect chance to test out our new fish. There we go. I think she's working. This seems normal.
This is fine.
Yeah. You know, we need to get the magical seeds. I think there was one in the forest over here.
Everything's water if you try hard enough. Like, clearly.
Yeah, it's all water.
Yeah.
Aren't bricks 70% water or something like that?
Sure.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know I don't know the chemical makeup of a brick, but I'll believe it.
I imagine if cement's involved, and cement's a lot of water.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, so just gonna navigate my way through the forest here to get to the magical seed room. Just a couple rooms away. No big deal. I'm just going through these bushes and...
Man, why did I think to swim around the forest during my playthrough? Like, duh.
This is... I think his name is Fred. He's a fuzzy. Say hi to Fred.
Bye. Nah.
Well, I mean... kind of want to, like, talk to him a little bit more. And that should be good enough. The camera is a little weird here. I'm also going to try and play this very safe. Anyway, that's a bubble.
So what did the thing with Fred do?
That's what put us in this state.
Oh, okay.
So I can explain it because we need to do it again. Sushi is very special. You're obviously not supposed to be able to get into encounters while on Sushi. There are never encounters in the water. So by getting into an encounter with Sushi, it takes you off of Sushi. That seems pretty straightforward. By getting into a second encounter with Sushi, it puts you into a very interesting state. We're going to be in a similar state later, using a different partner, but it's not quite the same. In this sort of like weird cutscene glitched state, you can't actually talk to NPCs except during a small frame window after closing the pause menu. So during that, if you close the pause menu and talk to an NPC on the correct set of frames, the cutscene state is not reset to where Mario is able to, or to where Mario is supposed to be standing still. You actually have full control of Mario. And by moving around while the text is on screen, you can acquire the magical seed without setting the flag that the magical seed has been acquired at all. And that's why we left before the text was fully cleared. Yet after being given the seed. You can only really do that once at a time. We need this magical seed. We need 3 copies of it. So that's why we're here again. So we need to do this one more time. Notably, if you press the A button late, after the frame window, where you can talk to the NPC, you will talk to the NPC, and then you will soft lock the game. So I'm being very safe and trying to go as early as I can. Because if you go too early, nothing happens. If you go too late, you soft lock, and if you go on the right frame window, you get the seed. So I'm going very early. Okay, we're good. And going through this exit because we can stay in the forest this way. And then back to talk to the bubble for real. Now we can no longer acquire the magical seed from that bubble because we've set the flag that the item has been acquired. However, we can do something a little special here. So we have the magical seed from Toad Town, the one from Mount Rugged, and then 3 copies of this blue one. So Minty's just gonna plant these normally. Go plant the blue seed. And now one more. Here's another blue seed.
Listen, Minty, you gotta take the blue seeds and you're gonna like them.
And here we have a cutscene. So this is the door to Flower Fields. We do still have an extra magical seed in our inventory that is relevant for much later. But we're in chapter 6. So that is mostly thanks to Sushi, and why we went so far out of our way to get Sushi as quickly as we did. Similarly, we're just gonna come over here, and we're gonna use our good friend Bombette. A lot. So there is a invisible NPC inside of this bubble plant. You can kind of see it with the shadow that's under the plant. I should be counting these. Or in a perfect world, I can do this in like 12, but unlikely. Timing is not that easy. Seven. That was a good one. Yeah, you can see the shadow moving if you watch very closely.
Yeah, you can't see it move. That's cool.
This is called NPC pushing. It's a property that Bombette has when she lands. If Mario is spinning, she actually pushes an NPC that you're near. And like with our Toad friend earlier, disabling wall collision, we're up here.
They're just a suggestion, those walls.
Yeah.
Incredible. We moved an invisible NPC so it could push you out of bounds. That is... Wow.
So this is our next boss fight coming up. And also a very important one. So by making our way up here to the sun, the literal sun, he cannot go into the sky because there are clouds. Very unfortunate.
I feel like that has a lot of bad consequences.
All right, and this is Spike. Or as he is called in Japanese, Jonathan. I need to be very careful here. If I miss a single block, I will die. So... I'll be focusing on this fight. This is all very, very planned out. Damage routing. Okay. And using this whack-a-bump that we got on Mount Rugged to heal us back up to full HP and FP.
Apparently edible?
Yep. It looks like a melon bread.
Oh, those are good.
I think that's kind of what it's like designed after.
Ah, yeah, melon bread's tasty.
And that is Lackluster. So basically everything that I've been doing for the last hour was to get Lackluster as quickly as possible. Because Lackey is incredibly important in terms of just what he can do for this game. As we saw with Sushi, being able to ride a partner is very interesting. And Lackey is another partner that we are able to ride. And notably, he has some very special features that we'll be showcasing very shortly. These features are very, very difficult to do all of them, so I'm gonna try as best as I can. Most of these are frame perfect. We're gonna take a quick detour here. Hey, the storeroom's open. I'll take that train for later.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Because we were just in chapter 6, the game thinks we're in chapter 6, and if you're after chapter 4, the storm doesn't have a lock on it. So that is feature number 1 of Lackluster. If you see a corner, you can probably go inside of it. Just because when you jump on Lackey, your hitbox is kind of displaced behind you. And now we're going to be doing the hardest thing, well, no, the second hardest thing in this run. This is called Clippy Boots. I need to do this frame perfectly. Okay. Missed the frame. This may take a couple tries. Okay. By opening the partner menu while riding Lackluster and encountering an enemy on frame 2, not 1 or 3, you enter a state called Clippy. Mario has Lackey's sort of hitbox in a way, and we're just gonna do this. Okay. And I need to do it again. This one is a little bit harder for different reasons. This is not as easy as just jumping through the wall like the previous room was. We will need to do some very precise movements with the analog stick. And I really want this Koopa to go over there. Cool. So
that was great.
So that is what used to be the hardest thing in the game. There is something harder in chapter 2 now, when we get to that. But we now have the Ultra Boots. And as you can imagine, with jump being our fastest form of damage, the Ultra Boots giving Mario +2 to his jump, so his jumps do 3 instead of 1. We're going to be doing significantly more damage. Also, I'm sorry if this bothers you, I'm eating a Jam and Jelly for 13 FP.
Jam's good. I like jam.
So,
Good jamming.
50 FP item being used to heal 13 FP instead. And we're going to be making our way to the Dark Koopas. And this is a pretty easy sequence. We're going to be taking a good break now. Between getting to chapter 5, doing all of the seed duplication, getting Lackey, getting the Ultra Boots, that is our big stretch of very, very difficult things. And now we get to take a bit of a breather that is chapter 3. Relatively speaking. And making use of our Power Quake here. The Dark Koopas all have 8 HP. If their feet are moving like they are, and if they were to attack, that actually dizzies Mario. And dizzying Mario means Mario doesn't get to play the video game. He just kind of sits there. Sir.
Excuse me. Do you have a moment, a moment of your time?
Would you like to pay attention to me?
Please notice me.
And we picked up a shooting star in chapter 6 as well. Right before fighting Lackey. This does 6 damage to everything, which is also very convenient. We'll be getting more of those later. This is...
I loved me those shooting stars in my casual one.
They're so good.
Yeah.
So, here we are at Boo's Mansion, and say goodbye to Boo's Mansion.
Bye-bye.
We will not be going inside of that building for any reason at any point in this game.
It must have no bosses then.
There are no encounters in there, even. The game currently thinks we are still in a Chapter 6 state. So, you know, it assumes that you've already done Chapter 3.
So the boos are safe?
Yeah, there's no, the boo will not be eaten in Gusty Gulch or anything.
Oh, thank goodness.
And now we are making our way off to Tubba's Castle. So, notably here, there are a bunch of times like this in the game where hitting certain loading zones will set flags. Opening this door and entering this room sets the game to a Chapter 3 state. The game now thinks we're in Chapter 3. So, all of the clubbas are here. If you were to come here in a post-Chapter 3 state, normally there wouldn't be any clubbas. Sir.
Excuse me.
Please hit me.
Excuse me. Please hit me. Please hit me with your giant spiky base.
It'd be really cool if you would hit me in the head with this.
Yeah, please. Please bomb me, sir.
Thank you. Very cool.
Yeah. Thank you, very cool.
I'm sorry to anyone that doesn't like beeping, but you will now be hearing beeping for the next 2 hours. At every opportunity that I can be at 1 HP, I am going to be trying to be at 1 HP. This is why we're in Chapter 3. The badge in question that we will be requiring is Mega Rush. We'll be getting it shortly. At 1 HP, Mega Rush gives you a +4 to your damage output. So jump will do 7 damage baseline. So jumping twice does 14, and a power bounce will do 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, etc., etc. As long as you get the bounces. And we really, really like that kind of damage. It makes things much faster. And this is also why the hammer doesn't really get to do much, because it doesn't ever hit multiple times. I'm sure casually, probably most people would use bow here. But as long as you're fast enough with your spins, the sentinels will never be able to catch you. Just the power of speedy spin especially. Let's see if I can make the cycle here. Cool. That was just Parakarry lifting Mario onto the spikes. It's a very tight frame window if you do the spike room correctly. And another like small thing Parakarry can do, he gets kind of confused at corners and just lifts Mario really high. But here is our very, very important badge, Mega Rush. And we will be immediately equipping this. As well as Power Bounce. We do have a little bit more of Tubba's Castle. Not a whole lot. We do get to see Tubba real quick. There he is. There's Tubba Blubba.
Tubba always stressed me out.
It's a little stressful. Like avoiding him in this room.
I'm also a big fan of boos. They're like one of my favorite species in the Mario universe. So yeah, Tubba didn't sit well with me.
One of my oldest, so my icon, all my stream assets and everything are like kind of based on boos.
Mm-hmm.
One of my oldest pieces of art is for this game. It is Tubba holding my ghost character and licking him.
It's like people who don't know, they're just smiling, and people who know, it's like, oh no.
Yeah, and Tubba's just like smiling. He has a happy looking face.
Yeah, he's like, this is fine. friend flavored.
And then this is Yaki, the mystical key. We'll be using...
Oh, I forgot about this jerk.
Yeah, we'll be using Yaki to get into the windmill to fight the Chapter 3 boss, Tubba's Heart. And if you don't like Tubba, this part might be a little stressful. Because I'm not going to just go to the right and run away. I'm gonna go back into this room.
Oh no.
Oh. So back in we go. And up we go onto the banister.
Okay, I did not realize you could just run past it. You just wouldn't do anything.
It's a little trickier than that. I was baiting Tubba to come down and then go to the top of the hallway.
Oh, okay.
But
it literally just like walked right past him. I was like,
yeah,
what?
it is a little sketchy.
Yeah.
And if I get lucky here, there is a text box that appears at a random timing. There it is. You can make it out of the room without that text box appearing. And this cleft rather, this may look like I'm doing this for no reason. This is very precisely routed. I really need to make up some experience. And it turns out this cleft has the perfect amount of experience to make up any missing gaps from other fights that we'll be skipping.
I think I just saw one of the letters in passing too.
Oh, yep.
Yep. Oh, no, we're not picking that up. No, deal with it.
Yeah, don't need that.
Yeah.
And into the windmill we go. I need to be very careful about this first Goomba. I do not want to jump on him. If I jump on that Goomba and first strike him, he will die, and he will give me experience. And I really don't want that. So this is Tubba's heart. It looks just like a heart, eyes and all.
Yeah, seems anatomically correct.
Yeah. And this is the power of Mega Rush. That was, I don't know how much damage, but a lot. And now he does his charge attack. And the fight is over.
And that's how you beat the heart. Heyo.
Nice.
So, the heart does a charge attack. And then on the next turn we'll do, I believe it's 12 damage, which obviously we're at 1 HP. Our max is 10. 12 is a lot. We don't want to get hit by that, so we want to defeat the heart as quickly as possible. And by Tubba eating his heart, he is no longer invincible. Unfortunately, Tubba also has 10 HP.
I was gonna ask, why was he storing it in a windmill?
It's a safe place.
Yeah.
It was behind a locked door. No one can get in.
No one can get in.
No one knows that he's invincible because he doesn't have a heart. That's something that you find out from, I think the key, technically. Oh, hey, it's Bo.
Oh, okay. Hey!
Bo's like, do you want me to join the party, right? Yes. And then it doesn't happen because that's not where she joins the party. Anyway, that's Scholar. That's the third star spirit normally. Anyway.
At least Bo got the cameo
Yeah, she does get to appear for a cutscene. Notably here, we do have another boss fight against our favorite reoccurring friend, rival, whatever he is.
One we already forgot about like an hour ago.
Except this time, because you beat him with a hammer, he has wings. Unfortunately, I don't think that that matters. He really didn't think this through. He does have a lot of HP, so like casually this fight is very difficult. Because you saw I was doing 7 with Mario's power jump, 4 with shell shots, and then 6, 5, 4, 3 with that power bounce. That's a lot of HP for you to beat casually. I think it's 40 that he has.
I do remember that fight taking a while. Like, it wasn't necessarily hard, it just was long.
Yeah. He also does 5 damage, which is quite a bit if you haven't leveled up your HP at all. But, notice we came through that loading zone, and because we have the train in our inventory and we were in a pre-Chapter 4 state, the game puts us in a Chapter 4 state. So, we're now in Chapter 4. And we're placing the train into the toy box.
Totally normal order of operations, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you go from Chapter 3 to Chapter 4. That seems pretty straightforward. And because we have our good friend Lackluster, we're just gonna open the switch. Pretty convenient. And also because we have our good friend Lackluster, we're just gonna do this. And go to Red Station. The bosses of this chapter are both in Red Station, Lantern Ghost and General Guy. So we're making our way over there now to defeat Lantern Ghost. You may think that there was more to this chapter. You would be incorrect. That was all that there was.
Yep, nothing else happens.
Nope. Okay. I thought I was on the block for a second, but then the danger of this pyro guy is too much. Too risky to accidentally jump on him. As you may have seen, we are still at 1 HP after our Junior Troopa fight. Don't want to accidentally take fire damage. And this is where Goombario gets to be useful. We need to hit the lantern twice to make the light big enough to be able to see Lantern Ghost and do damage to him. And Goombario is the only partner that can do 2 hits at once. And that is Lantern Ghost. And for our final partner, we have Watt. Watt is very special. She has very, very powerful abilities. Her basic ability, Electro Dash, pierces defense, so ignores the defense stat of enemies. And as well as her starting ability, Power Shock, lets you completely immobilize anything that gets stunned, anything that gets hit by it. Her upgraded ability will be Turbocharge, which gives Mario +1 damage. So she's kind of just an all-around, very, very strong partner. Very careful.
Yeah, she's great to use in casual runs as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's any time where Watt is bad.
Yeah, she's just great. We love Watt.
And I will be doing a very special trick up here. I'll give it a couple tries. If it doesn't work out, I'll just do the intended strat. This trick doesn't save a whole lot of time, but it's very cool to do. But it's also very hard, and I'm doing it in the darkness. Okay. Got lucky. I didn't think I would land there. That's fine. We're in the general guy fight. I basically just landed in the loading zone behind the wall. You're supposed to use Watt to scare the Shy Guys into breaking down the wall. But by using Lackey there, you can kind of get behind the wall. And the reason that's going to be useful is something that I'll point out after the fight is over, actually. And very conveniently, the Shy Guys put me at 1 HP. I think they might have made a mistake. The Shy Squad will always do 1 damage per Shy Guy that is currently in the squad. They start at 15, and a jump times 2 at full HP does 6, putting them at 9, so 9 damage. This is probably one of the most math-intensive fights in the game. The Stilt Guys have 7 HP. Power Quake in Peril does 8. The Shy Stacks, I believe, they're either 10 or 12. It's not really relevant because I'm doing 14. But we will get to see Watt in action, because Mario can only defeat 1 stack at a time. Therefore, we will Power Shock the 2nd stack. And then General Guy himself. Still at 1 HP, we can't one-round General Guy. Nice. Alright, a little unlucky. The lightning attack is slower than the bomb attack. But that is General Guy. Our Chapter 4 boss. And now, because we kind of clipped into this room instead of getting through the intended way, the camera is going to pan to the right, and there will be no card.
I also didn't realize Shy Guys have such high-pitched screaming.
They definitely do. This is a very minor optimization, but going into Blue Station from the right side of Blue Station is a little bit faster. Just less distance to the train station. You also may be aware there is still a boss in the toy box. At least someone that you may consider to be a boss. As I look for this maple syrup. This is the anti-guy. He has 50 HP and does 10 damage per attack. I think it would be silly not to call him a boss.
I remember this dude very well.
Thankfully, he is pretty susceptible to power shock. It's not a particularly hard mash, not as hard as some other stun mashes will be throughout the game. But the very important thing that's in his chest, this is Power Plus. For 6 BP, we can increase Mario's attack by 1. 6 BP it's a lot. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot. But because we're defeating so many bosses in this run, getting so much experience, we actually have more than enough BP by the end of the game to be able to equip it. So if Mario was already doing a lot of damage, he's about to do a lot more. This also may look a little silly. The stone blocks can be broken by the Ultra Boots. Okay. That Power Shock to max it is one of the hardest mashes. It is one of the hardest, it is the hardest RTA possible mash. And I will have to do a few more at that difficulty. But we're on our way to Chapter 2.
As we head there, is it a good time for an update?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say we have raised $1,730 for Little Warriors this Prevent-A-Thon so far, which is incredible. And we do have an incentive for the next game for Earthbound to get bike percent. We need $75 for that donation incentive to be met, and you do not want to miss it. And as a little extra motivation, that would break the $1,800 mark for us if we're able to meet that incentive. So get your donations in.
Yeah, absolutely. Do that. Chapter 2 here, this is the hardest part of the run. I will need to, for not a little bit, I will need to focus in a couple minutes here for a very difficult trick. I mentioned earlier that basically everything related to Lackluster, barring a couple things, is frame perfect, and this is no exception. So we will be doing some frame perfect inputs with Lackey on top of a kind of lengthy setup, and hope that I get it within a couple tries. But we currently do need the Super Hammer, not actually to use it, but to set a story flag to put us into a Chapter 2 game state, because the game still thinks we're in Chapter 4. But now that we have the Super Hammer, we are in Chapter 2 as intended. And this is a fairly lengthy setup here. I need to push Lackey across the room. Come on, Lackey. And then I will have a frame perfect input here. Okay, I was 1 frame late. I could tell by how Mario flew on Lackey there. So, like I said, this is the hardest trick in all bosses. By no means would I ever expect to get it necessarily first try. Ah, it's early. I can go into a bit more detail as to why the frame perfect nature of this is even more difficult in a second here, once I do get it. Ah. Or I can just explain it right now. Based on Lackey's starting position for where I do this push, the frame window for where I need to press the C down button to get on Lackey, or the frame specifically, changes. So if Lackey isn't in the exact same coordinates every single time, it's going to be slightly different, variance of like 1 or 2 frames in either direction. And sometimes you just make that small mistake where he flies back on his own. For what it's worth, this trick is also why the estimate is the way it is. Because it can happen. Ah, frame early. Frame early, frame late, I can surely get the in-between.
You got this, Phantom.
Ah. Come on, lackluster. Ah, frame late again. Honestly, I can kind of see it now. So Lackey's starting position here. Get him into a good spot. Should be good. There's a couple positions I know whereabouts the frame is. Nice. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That's awesome.
Slightly different menu that I'm used to, but there's that. And now we have Tootin' Koopa, the Chapter 2 boss. So that trick skips getting all of the fighting all of the stone chomps, getting all of the lunar stone, pyramid stone, diamond stone, and saves multiple minutes. Like, for as long as that was, it probably about breaks even, but it changes the experience routing heavily. Ah, 4-cap. It's fine. Belly flop wins on a 4-cap. That trick is one of the most difficult things in this run, if not the most difficult. And getting it under pressure is not easy. Notably, it is one of the reasons, if you were to look at the leaderboard for this game, why there is not a whole lot of activity for all bosses. This category is one that I personally put a lot of time into routing with a lot of changes due to seed dupe and incorporating Runestone Skip was one of those changes that, with a bunch of back and forth with myself and Random Sauce, who is the world record holder, we ended up on a setup that is fairly consistent, but it is still frame perfect and it is still very difficult. But we kind of get to move on now. There's not, as far as scary, difficult tricks, we're kind of over the hump. And get to not coast, but show off a lot of other, like, cool, smaller things for the rest of the run. Since we're pretty close to Mount Rugged, this is the best time to make our way over there and fight Buzzar, who many people probably remember as the vulture that accosts Mario as he's making his way into the desert. Normally you would say, like, you are Luigi, you know, so he lets you pass. The other options being Mario and Peach. But since this is all bosses and we do actually want to defeat Buzzar, we will tell him the truth. He's like, yes, we are Mario. Or and like many enemies in this game, Watt is very strong.
Watt always coming in clutch. Yeah,
just being able to take extra turns for effectively mashing. The mashes are another big reason this category isn't super popular. These mashes are not by any means easy, fairly demanding. The next mash that I will be doing on Super Blooper, in order to actually fill the bar, you need to press the A button about 14 times per second. Which is by no means easy. And if you mash too fast, the game actually will drop your inputs. This game runs at 30 frames per second. So if you mash faster than 15 inputs per second, it kind of just ignores your A presses. So it's not just mashing fast, it's mashing at a consistent rate. But for the next little bit, we kind of have a boss gauntlet in a way. Sort of a mini boss gauntlet. This is Super Blooper. Our final blooper of the run. And I will take this slightly safe and try to power shock first. Okay, got lucky. If that power shock did fail, there is a slight backup that I can do to try again. And that is Super Blooper. Notably, it is guarding a chest that has a badge in it. And we're gonna leave.
I could take this badge, but I won't.
The badge in there is Shrink Stomp. It's a funny badge. It's not particularly useful for what we're doing. I believe the reason that it's there from a design perspective, hi Sushi.
Yeah, the kids are back.
From a design perspective is that Shrink is actually fairly effective against the other bloopers. So if you were to do that blooper fight first, you could use Shrink against the Electro and Super bloopers. So I just kind of went back here to trigger a cutscene. This sets our story state to somewhere where we kind of can make use of it. Okay. Sometimes this bush is a little finicky. And now we're back in the village. Slightly different looking.
Yeah, the kids are gone.
Yeah.
They were there, and then they disappeared.
We're gonna come over here. There is we used a repel gel earlier. There's another one in this block. And we're gonna do some magic, I'll call it. I'm gonna grab that coconut. No particular reason. Anyway. I will hold off on explaining what that is. We're gonna do that 2 more times. You'll probably be able to see my item inventory in a little bit the next time I go about doing that. Oh, it's Junior again, by the way.
Oh yeah, that guy I
They're
already
back.
forgot about.
Yep. That seagull, by the way, his name is Ezekiel. So everyone, please say hi to Ezekiel.
Hi, Ezekiel.
We have 2 boss fights coming up here. We're going to do them in a somewhat strange order.
Man, Ezekiel's just vibing.
Yeah. He's just out at sea.
Yeah, just hanging around.
Yeah. Probably looking for a fish of some kind, I assume.
Yeah.
I don't know what seagulls do.
They do like to eat, like everything.
Yeah.
So that checks out.
So this is Junior Troopa. Again. He's a little bit different this time. He's flying, but because you jumped on him last time, he has a new trick. And that new trick is that he has a spike on his head. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna jump on him. I picked up Spike Shield in Dry Ruins, and I did equip it after fighting Toon Koopa for the purpose of this fight exactly. And now we're going to do a very weird trick. I was a little early on that. Ah, just barely. That's plenty of height. Into the whale we go. And we have another boss fight. This is Fuzzipede. And that was Fuzzipede. So this is the first instance. Defeating Fuzzipede, we end up at 98 star points. If the Fright Jar in Chapter 1 over an hour ago now had failed, we would level up there. And that would cause some pretty big route changes in the next segment. However, that's kind of it for our boss gauntlet. Now, for the most part, things might look a little kind of normal. We have beaten, what, Chapter 3, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 4 in some kind of order. I think it's time to go back to chapter 6. So we have, the door isn't there, but we have this other magical seed. And thankfully, that does everything we need it to. So we are now back at the start of a chapter 6 sequence. We came in here a while ago, literally just to get Lackluster. And it was very important. But now it's time to beat chapter 6 for real. There's a lot of stuff in here that we need. And we kind of just have to do it in the intended order to actually get all of the items. Notably, we need the fertile soil, the magical bean, and the mystical water. And I'm going to do some more magic here. Look closely at our inventory, and you will see that we have 2 repel gels, when I only picked up 1 on the beach. So by riding Lackluster, eating an item, throwing an item, and picking up an item all at the same time, depending on the item that you're eating and the item that you're throwing, it removes different items from your inventory, meaning that the item you throw is not the one being removed, effectively duplicating that item. And repel gels are very, very strong, so I want as many of them as I can get. Especially because we don't have a bow.
I remember Bo.
Bow would kind of circumvent some of the uses of repel gels. But because we don't have her, we need other ways to make Mario invincible while he's at 1 HP. For some of these longer fights. And notably there, we leveled up off of the 4 mole fight, just to take the damage on the 3 mole fight and go back to 1 HP. And then take care of the rest of these moles. And this is also particularly routed for FP reasons as well. 6 FP is exactly what we need for the next fight that we're doing. And we did it. We saved Petunia. The first of the 3 items that we absolutely cannot go without. So, this is another little thing that we get to do with Lackluster. This yellow flower is in a pretty good position. Okay. Ah, slightly inbounds. So we don't actually need to give the yellow flower the yellow berry to get by. We can just kind of squeeze behind her with Lackey. And make our way over to Lily. And Lily is missing her water stone. She is wilting and slowly dying without it. So we're gonna go try and find her water stone. But before we do that, one more little detour. To both heal with a super shroom, so we are at 10 HP, 6 FP, and also grab a 4th repel gel. And here at this blue flower, we're going to give him the blue berry to open the gate. Hit that little hidden block for later. And then this is what we call the maze fight. 2 Lakitus, 2 Spinies. Lakitus have a 100% chance of getting stunned by a dizzy attack. The Spinies are 75%. Expected. Taking damage here doesn't actually matter too much, it's just a little slower. We're setting these Lakitus down to 6 HP, and then making use of a shooting star. To quickly clear this fight.
Good old shooting stars.
Very, very powerful.
Yeah.
And for the most part, the rest of Chapter 6 here is going to be pretty standard. You might visit Posey before coming here. There's no reason you have to. You can go to Posey after visiting Rosie. So that you can get both the fertile soil and the crystal berry at the same time. But the way this game is made, there are very story-gated things. And Chapter 6 especially is one such case of many, many story gates.
And literal gates.
Many literal gates as well.
Gates. Yeah.
Sort of just bait that cloud over. And then this is Posey. Will give us our fertile soil, as well as the crystal berry for Rosie. Rosie has the water stone, and she will not give it up without a trade for something even more beautiful. Which the crystal berry happens to be.
Even knowing Lily will wither up without it, what a jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just how she is.
Yeah.
Notably, with the red and blue gates, you can actually do a different trick with Lackey in order to get through them, but it becomes much more difficult to get back out. It's sort of a weird case of, with double-sided walls, which we'll be seeing, we saw earlier in Chapter 4 and we'll be seeing again later. Lackey is able to clip you onto the other side of a double-sided wall. The red and blue gates are double-sided walls. The yellow gate is not a double-sided wall, which is why we were able to just come back through it normally. So we're gonna do the same trick again. Maybe this time land on the seam. Or not. Alright. Not punished. I will also be going out of my way to get a very strong healing item. We used one earlier. This is just sort of a safety precaution over some alternative items I could pick up instead. The Jam and Jelly healing more FP than a Maple by a significant amount will make it a bit more friendly for endgame. And here is our final item, the Mystical Water. At this point, all we need to do is destroy the machine that's putting all the clouds in the sky. Which will be fairly straightforward. Kind of. something could happen there that makes it not straightforward. Also going to do a fun little thing with Lackey here. Saves a couple seconds over switching to Sushi. Grab another Dizzy Dial. So the Dizzy Dial, as I said earlier on the maze fight, is 100% chance to work on Lakitus. And this fight coming up here at the machine consists of 3 Lakitus and a Magikoopa. And lucky for us, the Magikoopa is 75% chance to get stunned. And even if it doesn't get stunned, it will never attack Mario because it prioritizes applying buffs to the Lakitus that already got stunned. So we're going to be taking advantage of that one way or another. Also, if you're a fan of Lackluster and really wanted to see him do an attack in this run, this fight he will get to do an attack. It's down one.
W for Jonathan.
Alright, got lucky on the Magikoopa. And Lackey will get to use Spiny Surge, because I really need him to do 2 damage. Because these Lakitus have 12 HP and Thunder Rages only do 5. Thankfully, that is the machine taken care of here. I just need to quickly break it. This machine's HP is a little strange. 1 hit on the right, and then a few hits on the left, and that is how you destroy it. For some reason, that's just how its HP is placed.
Do we have a moment for a donation?
Yeah, donation would be good here.
All right, great. Well, an anonymous $6 Canadian donation came in for you. Shout out to Phantom for hitting that difficult trick. Yes, earlier we got that awesome trick from Phantom. And I wanted to remind everyone to put your donations to our incentives. We currently have the Bring or Leave Luigi incentive. Currently, Bring Luigi is winning by about $5, but that's a pretty easy one to snipe. Or the upcoming Earthbound run has Bike Percent, which gives us new content for the run, which we really want to hit that. And I want to say that donating is super easy. Just !donate in chat to get the link. Your donations are processed in Canadian dollars, but if you live in a different country, the donations are automatically converted for you. To see a recent rate of exchange for US dollars and British pounds, you can type !rate in chat.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about the charity as well, we still have another minute or so of cutscene here.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I would love to. Yes. Little Warriors is a national charitable organization dedicated to changing the trajectory of child sexual abuse through education, advocacy, treatment, and prevention. The Little Warriors Be Brave Ranch by Ray Labont and family is a specialized, intensive, trauma-informed, evidence-based treatment center focused on helping children, teens, and families who have been impacted by child sexual abuse trauma. The Be Brave Ranch program offers a 1-year combined on-site and outpatient program designed with significant input from many leading academic and clinical experts who specialize in child sexual abuse and trauma. It's a wonderful cause to donate to. Please donate to help the kids.
Yeah, excellent cause. Coming up here, we do have our Chapter 6 boss fight against Huff and Puff. Very conveniently, there is a particular badge in this room. We're going to be reloading this room to get a better cycle on this cloud. And this badge is very important. This is Super Jump Charge. and is going to be very, very important for this fight against Huff and Puff. I will also play this fight a little safe. There is a 2% chance that my power bounce gets stopped on 3 jumps, and I need 4 to kill. In the case where it gets stopped at 3, I have a backup. I will be using the life shroom. Hopefully it just doesn't happen at all. But it's a 2% chance. It's not literally impossible. So hopefully it doesn't happen. Okay. In the case where I did get stopped on 3, he is at a low enough HP to where the rough tufts would kill Mario, activate the life shroom. The life shroom activation does skip Huff's turn, so it's just the rough tufts using the life shroom. And then from there, we would jump ×2 and belly flop with Sushi, and that is enough damage to still win the fight. That is the sort of safety mechanism for if you were to get stopped on your bounce early. It's also been a while since we've seen Peach. I believe it's been about an hour and 30-ish minutes.
What's she been up to, I wonder?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but I think that she's probably been fine.
I think she's fine. Up in space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna, do this Peach intermission like normal. This is a fairly lengthy one, but it is one of the only ones that we can't really do anything about. Being able to skip this intermission would save multiple minutes, around probably at least 3. Just from all of the other subsequent cutscenes around it. But otherwise, that's not real. This is the last thing that's really notable, is something anyone would want to skip that hasn't already been skipped. But as far as we know, there's no way to actually do that. So while we're in here, I can talk a little bit about how Power Bounce works. Huff was the first instance of it being problematic, potentially. I did get stopped on a 4 bounce on Toot and Koopa, which ideally a 5 bounce is used to win the fight. Every enemy in this game has a random chance to stop your bounce at different rates. So you're never guaranteed to get a bounce that goes infinitely, and by infinitely I mean 101, because that is the hard cap. But there is a random soft cap on everything. For most bosses, that soft cap is late game around a 3 bounce, 2% of the time. So typically you would get 4 or more. On Bowser in particular, he has a very high chance to stop you on 3. And that's going to be not really problematic because of how we're going to be routing this for safety reasons. But you always generally want to get as much as possible. And the routes kind of assume that you can get past certain thresholds, which isn't always the case. Otherwise, for the most part, this game is very consistent, but power bounce caps do play a very large role in potentially just ending runs on a risky or world record style route. The safer routes tend to not care about power bounce. They tend to use other strategies when power bounce might be too risky, which we will be doing at the end for Bowser. So, Cammy notices that the Clubba is peach because the Clubba smells too nice. And removes the disguise. Because I guess Clubbas don't bathe.
More lore confirmed. Clubbas don't bathe.
So, now that we've finished chapter 6, we'll be making our way to chapter 7. I think that's the next logical step. And this is kind of why we can't really, like, just beat Huff and leave. We need to do that Peach intermission. Because the door to chapter 7 is locked unless you activate this cutscene. And the way that doors work in this game, there is no loading zone behind the door. In order to take a loading zone, you need to physically open the door. And that is kind of one of the big gates to potentially other sequence breaks. Is that sort of doors are doors, and you need to open them. However, if the door does not take you to a different room or have a loading zone behind it, you can tend to ignore them, like with that blue house. And like with another building we'll be entering here shortly. So I think a lot of people generally really like Chapter 7 for how this sort of opens up. There's a little bit of a mystery. It's a bit different pacing-wise from just like fighting and doing other typical RPG things. There's a lot of story here. There's penguins.
Yeah, who doesn't like penguins? Oh, the Quizmaster.
Yep.
I remember that guy.
That is Chuck Quizmo.
Okay.
And there we are. Chuck Quizmo spawns randomly. He has 64 quiz questions rewarding 64 unique star pieces that you need in order to buy all of the badges from the Merlot badge shop.
Ah.
There are not enough star pieces to buy every badge in the game without doing all 64 Quizmo questions.
All the quizzes. Oh my goodness.
So
you gotta know your lore. Yeah.
In a 100% category, you would be farming Quizmo throughout the run to get as many questions done as quickly as possible.
So like a lot of the run essentially just like Paper Mario trivia.
Yeah, about 45 minutes of it. The quizzes are all in the same order every time. It doesn't really... The quizzes, the questions and the answers are in the same order and same spots every time, so it's consistent.
Oh, that makes it a little bit easier to cheese that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the mayor. He was on the ground, presumed dead. But we kind of skipped the first half of the story.
Yeah. it was just napping, guys. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, by breaking into Herringway's house early, we triggered the second half of the storyline without having to see the first cutscene. And we're just about ready for another boss fight. I bet no one in chat can possibly guess who this next boss fight is. It's a very unique fight, one that we have never seen before. One-of-a-kind enemy.
I dare you, chat. Wrong answers only.
I'm stumped. Yeah. Is it the quiz guy? Is it the quiz?
Oh, yeah. That would make sense. He's right there.
Yeah. Oh wait, who's this person again? I forget.
I don't know. He has a magic wand for some reason.
Oh, maybe he took it from a Magic Koopa.
Okay, so I need to block 2 of these. These blocks are a little awkward, but fine. And then hopefully I get a 5 bounce. Okay, fine. He has 4 HP.
Good old Watt.
Thanks, buddy. And again here, 98 star points. If the Fright Jar had failed in Chapter 1, I would level up on that fight. But I have another boss fight to do. And ideally, you would be in peril for this. Because not being in peril is slow. If you were not in peril, that would have done 12 less damage, so you'd have to make that up through other means. And as you can imagine, making it up through other means is not very fast. But I think we're done with Chapter 7. I'm gonna grab this Repel Gel. For good measure. I think I'm kind of...
Do we have time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, do we have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, great. Well, you received 25 Canadian dollars from Darth Plagueis with no comment, but it goes to a wonderful cause in Little Warriors, and they put that towards the bike percent incentive. So we've gotten started on that. So thank you so much for that donation. And that also gets us closer to, I don't know about you all, but I'm seeing that we're starting to creep up on $2,000 received for Little Warriors for the event. All donations towards that bike percent will help get us there, so let's get it going.
Let's go. Yeah, I was just saying that we're kind of bored with the snow. And I'm upgrading Cooper here. Okay. The movement isn't necessarily consistent, but I actually do want to take damage, so getting hit by the Dark Koopa doesn't really matter too much. Because I think we missed something here. Do you think we've, I don't think we ever went inside the volcano. Kind of a weird choice, right?
Oh, yeah. I remember that volcano.
Yeah, I think Colorado pointed it out a while ago, or whoever that was.
I also like how we've been seeing Colorado like throughout the game, and we're just like, nah, we're just gonna ignore this guy.
Yeah.
He showed up like a couple times, and you're like, nah.
He's here.
Just kind of hanging around.
So currently the game is in a Chapter 7 state. That's fine. So the volcano is kind of already, it thinks it's been beaten. Although we've never been here, so there are some weird flags that are not quite story progress related. Notably though, because we're coming here late, that block is not there. Normally there would be a giant metal block in the way, requiring the Ultra Hammer to get by it. Which you can get in the volcano. We're not gonna bother. Because who needs an Ultra Hammer? As I'm taking a little bit of damage from this firebar.
Why need hammer when you can jump?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And over it.
That's how I build my IKEA furniture. I just jump.
Yeah, you're jumping. Don't need a hammer, just jump on it.
It sounds right to me.
Yeah, shape it into place.
So we need to trigger this cutscene. Notice there's a bunch of lava. We can't just walk down there. The volcano has already erupted. Once, apparently, while we were doing other things. corner is a little precise. There we go. And then a frame-perfect Lackey teleport. And Lava Piranha's not here. The volcano's already erupted. So... we're just gonna do it this way. Okay, it's fine. So...
I think this Piranha boss might have made an appearance in Yoshi's Island, too. Maybe?
Yeah, not the exact same one, but I think there is a similar...
Similar?
Yeah. So... when enemies or NPCs are not actively being used, they are stored at 000 in the world. So we just kind of fall on Lava Piranha to start the fight. Nice. Very good RNG. And that was Lava Piranha.
just flops around and falls over.
Just casually jump on it out of bounds, and then we're done.
Oh, there's Colorado again.
Yeah.
Falling with us.
Come on. There we go. I was being very careful with my angle there. There is a spot called jail that you can land in.
Oh no, I don't like the sound of that.
It is impossible to get out of, so...
Oh no. Do you have to like reset the run entirely if you fall in jail?
You would. You would have to reset the console to get out of it.
Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. I feel for the poor soul who found that out the hard way.
But so being very careful with the angle that I'm falling at to make sure that that doesn't happen. And off we go to another Peach cutscene. We just beat Chapter 5, right? I think this is probably the... I think
that was 5.
Yeah. I mean, what else would happen here? This Peach cutscene, like, we're gonna go do, like, the quiz, I think, is what the Chapter 5 Peach cutscene is. That would be logical. I feel like this looks a little wrong, though, for that. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, something might be off.
Yeah, I can't read Japanese, so I don't know what's happening.
It's also going really fast, the text.
Yeah, that's true. So, something's happening to Peach. Not a playable cutscene. That's kind of strange. Most of the Peach cutscenes have been playable. Oh, there goes Twink. That's...
Aw. That was so rude.
So this is where we were, right?
Yeah, we were totally in the snow area.
Yeah. This is what we were just doing was saving this Star Spirit.
Yeah, hey, you. How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while.
Well, this is, I guess, convenient. We can might as well go into Crystal Palace while we're here and fight the boss.
Yeah.
So that's what's called a Peach Warp. The Chapter 5 exit sequence, instead of saying you just beat Chapter 5, the code tells you that you just beat whatever chapter you're currently in. And the last story sequence byte we set was a Chapter 7 story sequence, so the game thought that we just beat Chapter 7. And by entering the Crystal Palace, it sets us to the start of Crystal Palace's Chapter 7 story state, meaning we can still beat Crystal King. Also notably, that little lackey clip through the mirror, significantly easier than the one that was done in Chapter 2, but it's kind of the same idea of pushing Lackey along and then jumping on him at a specific time. But yeah, Chapter 7, Crystal Palace is a very, I was gonna say cool, and it's still true, but it has multiple meanings. And I wasn't going for a pun.
Figuratively and literally, yeah. It's neat.
Yeah.
It's neat. Yeah.
The whole gimmick of this dungeon is that you have the two sides of the mirror that it's a mirror. They reflect each other. So they are two opposites. And you have these sort of puzzles with the... Look at all of these fake bombettes. Which one is the real bombette? You're supposed to tell by reading what they're all saying, but...
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, so these are all duplighosts. All pretending...
Oh, that's what they're called. Okay.
Yeah, all pretending to be bombette. And grab our red key to open the red door. And make our way over to the Clubba room. This is kind of a small gimmick of the mirrors. So the Clubba's on this side, the statue's on the other. By defeating the Clubba's on one side, the statues go away on the other. I don't know how that works if these Clubbas decided to just, like, leave.
Like, I'm off my break. Can I go now?
Like, time to go home for the day.
Yeah, gotta clock out.
So, should be mash A. Cool. Making use of our last couple shooting stars in combination with our good friend Bombette to do a lot of damage and make kind of quick work of them.
I've got a incentive update for you.
All right.
We have a snipe of Leave Luigi, now winning by $1.
Let's go.
$31 to 30. That is the speedrunner's choice. But if you think that Luigi deserves to go to the party, please get your donations in for that. We are closing that. We decided to close that at the 3-hour mark. So it's about 30 minutes left for donations for the Bring or Leave Luigi incentive.
Yeah, definitely get that in. It's I don't want Luigi to be there, but someone does. Surely. The rest of Crystal Palace here is kind of straightforward for the most part. We're going to be going over here. There is a kind of a puzzle. So we're going to put ourselves in a very particular position to solve the puzzle. As efficiently as possible, because I don't quite know which one is the real Cooper. I'm pretty sure it's the one on the left, but I'm not entirely sure, so I'm just gonna kind of just give up and leave.
Yeah. You know, I don't feel like doing this puzzle. Bye.
So that is a very, very small Japanese exclusive glitch. The loading zone was actually changed in the US release. I'm gonna grab this jam and jelly and ignore the panel that was under it. I have not picked up a single star piece this entire run. And then this is another very, very strong badge. This is P up, D down. So when P up, D down is equipped, Mario's attack goes up by 1 and his defense goes down by 1. So he will do 1 more damage, but also take 1 more damage. Thankfully, that works out very well for us. Taking damage is generally pretty good. Or we're already at 1 HP and we don't care if we take more damage because we hope to not take any damage.
We like to be in peril all the time.
Exactly. Just ignore this Duplighost. As we make our way over to the Crystal King. You've also been seeing these statues in the last couple of rooms. These small and big statue there are the albino dinos, which don't actually exist as enemies in this game.
Yeah, I was wondering why there were dino statues. Statues of dinosaurs from Super Mario World out here in this Crystal Palace.
Yeah, they actually are programmed into the game. They have enemy AI behavior, but there's no encounters that spawn them. They're simply...
What if they decided to, like, leave them out last minute or something?
Yeah, they have 4 defense. They don't do a whole lot of damage, but the 4 defense is kind of a lot.
Takey.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little takey.
It's just a very awkward enemy. And here we go.
Yeah,
under Crystal King. I don't know who this guy is. He's just kind of here.
There's no lore for him. He's just like, I'm here to thwart your plans just because.
But he has good music. I need some jam emotes in chat. Nice. Or again. This is an instance of stunning the boss is not possible to guarantee. So, however full you can get the Dizzy Shell bar with Cooper is your odds of actually getting the stun, so that's probably about 70%. And there are many branching routes for this fight, depending on what turn you get a Dizzy Shell to work. It can definitely be a little messy if you get too unlucky. But that was chapter 7. Now, you've played this game before. You know that there's still other bosses that can be fought before going to fight Bowser.
I generally can't remember.
There are 5 bosses in Toad Town.
Really?
Not a single one of them rewards you with experience.
So you fight them for the heck of it?
Yep.
Listen, this is not going to reward me with anything, but I'm going to pick a fight with you anyway.
You do get a key item in your inventory that does nothing but sit in your inventory for finishing all of them.
It's like the I appreciate you guy from Zelda.
It pretty much. I think there is actually, in Shiver City, there is an NPC that will acknowledge that key item existing in your inventory. One of the penguins will be very happy to see it. Or very impressed, rather. There is also...
I do like happy penguins. That is a plus.
There is also one other boss fight outside of Toad Town. That I think might be easier to remember.
That one, yes.
So we'll be making our way over to Toad Town first to do a pretty long series of fights. Notably, with the amount of repel gels that I have, one of them is technically extra. It's meant as a backup for one of 3 different fights that can go wrong. And hopefully, if it gets used for any of them, it gets used on the very last one and not any of the ones before that. Because I would rather not use it before Chapter 8. And say goodbye to those lickitongues, as we call them.
I was just thinking they look like Quagsires. That was my...
They have...
So like some Pokemon-esque critter, yeah.
They have very, very long tongues.
Yeah.
They're Mushroom Kingdom lickitongues.
Mushroom. Never thought I'd hear those 2 words together.
And through we go past Strip Cheeto one last time. Not to talk to him.
I have questions. I have so many questions.
He sells 10 items at 64 coins apiece. In a
What are the items?
In a fixed order. I don't remember
Oh.
all of them. He's one of the 3rd item is a repel gel. The 4th item is the badge bump attack. There's a couple star pieces in there. There's a couple dried shrooms in there.
Dried shrooms.
So, we are fighting some bosses. This is Chan. That was Chan. And then this is Lee.
I like that Chad had like a ponytail growing out of his shell. Just like, how does that work?
And this is also why we still have Cooper out, is for Lee's transformation. And now we have the Master. And the Master is pretty strong, as he does 7 damage. Probably can tell where that's gonna go.
Hmm. Is there beeping in our future? There it is.
2, 3, 4. The Master has been defeated. Or has he? This is also the Master.
Ooh, the run back.
Part 2.
And this is where we're going to be using a lot of repel gels.
Is it supposed to be like a Super Saiyan form?
You'll see.
Okay.
I got a 5, so I don't need to shell shot. Nice. 2 5 bounces. Use my Jam and Jelly to heal some FP. And switch to Watt. And once again, we will fight the Master. This time he has 99 HP and 1 defense.
Oh my goodness.
And we will be using Watt to turbocharge to give Mario more damage. Okay. This fight is a little scary. He can 3-cap you 2% of the time, and that is problematic. Okay. On a 4-cap, you Electro Dash. Okay. That is the master.
I love the juxtaposition of this martial arts master doing all these cool moves, and Mario just keeps jumping on his head.
And shot, yeah.
Notably, this is the first time I have hit a save block, and I'm going to hit a save block for this. This is the final boss before Chapter 8. This is Kent C. Koopa. The strategy for Kent, we are going to use Dizzy Shell. And it worked. All right. If that fails, I use Lullaby. Okay. And Lullaby is an 80% chance to work on Kent. So that's why I saved, because the Dizzy Shell is approximately 50% and then Lullaby is 80%. You can definitely miss both of those. And then you will just die. And there's nothing you can do about it. So, off we go to Chapter 8. Reaching the end of the game shortly with, let me count, 4 more boss fights.
Which is a good time to remind everyone that at 3 hours, we are going to be closing that Bring or Leave Luigi incentive, and Leave Luigi is only $1 ahead, so perfect time to snipe something.
Yeah, it could definitely change at any moment. And we have a little bit of a stretch of cutscenes here before... I had to listen for an audio cue before actually making it into the chapter itself. So this is probably another good chance to remind everyone about the charity.
Oh yes, absolutely. So all of these wonderful donations are going towards Little Warriors. Little Warriors' mission is to change the trajectory of child sexual abuse through education, advocacy, treatment, and prevention. Little Warriors' vision is to be a unified movement across Canada and the world that finally ends child sexual abuse. So keep those donations coming in. It's an incredible, incredible cause. And we actually have another donation, $25 from Jaws, who says, "Thank you for letting me be a part of the event and a good cause. Just need someone to match me so Ness can have a bike. You wouldn't want Ness to not have a bike, would you?" And that donation did go to Bike Percent, which is now at $50 out of $75 needed to meet that. Can anyone else match Jaws so we can get that incentive met?
And you notice here, all of the Star Spirits, every single one that we saved, and a few others, making their appearance.
Whatever happened to the other stars? Who knows?
Yeah,
I'm sure they're
they were
fine.
probably already here. They probably weren't even in trouble.
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. They're stars that can rescue themselves.
And then I think it's this Toad who is wishing for Shroom Cake. That's all he wants is Shroom Cake. Everyone else is wishing for like Peach's castle to like come back and Peach to be saved, and then that Toad wants Shroom Cake.
That toad's got their priorities straight, right? Listen. Although I don't know what shroom cake would taste like. I feel like it'd be kind of gnarly.
It sounds like it would be worth trying once.
Yeah, for like the novelty, and then you're like, okay, this is the one time I'm gonna do this in my life. I'm done.
Please never again.
No, never again.
There is also a shroom steak that Tasty can make.
That sounds like it'd be a little bit better.
Just a giant mushroom, basically.
Yeah. I've had mushroom burgers before, and they're pretty good.
Yeah. Yes, that Koopa Troll here has a key for us to open Bowser's Castle. Went to the left, very cool. If it bounces to the right, I'm just sad because I have to chase after it. And this room is very fun, very laggy. Very awkward. But of course, Bowser didn't make it easy. Because he put a trapdoor here. Which places Mario right in jail. Very unfortunate.
Good thing we have a bomb with us.
True. Alright, please. Alright, fine, I'll get the other one. Unfortunate that it went to the left. But that's fine. There is another life stream in this next room. And we're gonna take this seemingly kind of slow detour. I'm gonna take Lackey over the lava here. Because all the way over here, you know, there's a block. There's a very cool block outside the castle. And
there's a cool block outside.
yeah, we gotta go look at this block.
We gotta go look at this block.
Very, very interesting placement, in my opinion. This room is kind of at an angle, which does exactly what we need it to. And then, thanks to Paracarry. That's, I don't know how old that is. It's definitely very, very old. But the trigger for the door letting you through is not that you come out from behind that block there. It's that you entered this room a second time. So, all of that basement lava stuff, just ignore it. We have another kind of cool sequence of tricks here coming up. This is the Flood Room. The Flood Room is, as its name describes, a room with rising and lowering water levels. And there is a key at the very top. And we kind of need that key to open the next door. However, who needs sushi?
Water's just a suggestion.
Also, I don't think anyone knows why this works. But by doing this a second time, this wall goes away. And we're gonna do a glitch with Cooper. By placing ourselves kind of under the key, and without jumping, after falling out of bounds, Cooper stores your jump speed. And when you jump off of Cooper, you get launched into the sky. And that's called a Cooper super jump. And now up here in the cannon room, we're gonna jump on this bullet. And then we're gonna do nothing. Very, very convenient. And then I hope... Okay. I'll have to find another way to get Peril. That's very unfortunate that that heart landed there. And this is called cannonless. Because we are avoiding the cannons. I know what I can do. I'm gonna take a quick detour. We're gonna hit this first. Come over here, buddy. And then this will be a slight backup. Just do this now. The dry bones on the right of that room is the encounter for that is 2 dry bones. The bone that they throw does 5 damage, so as long as I get first struck and I block one of these. It's not that dry bones, it's the other one. It's the other one that's the 2 dry bones. There we go. And we're in peril, as we should be. Small backup for the cannons not going the way I wanted it to, but that's fine. Because now we have door 2, as we call it. This is a quiz door, where you are given a series of questions. If you get 5 correct, the door will let you through. If you get 3 wrong, something terrible will happen. So, what do you think we're gonna do? We're gonna get 3 wrong. Because we actually want the terrible thing. And the reason for that is this category is all bosses. So if you don't know what this does, I guess this will be a surprise.
Ooh, I love surprises.
I don't know if you're gonna like this surprise.
No. Oh no.
So 3 questions wrong is all we need. The questions are always the same order, same options. So, I am ready to press the A button as fast as I can. Because this is the fight.
Oh no.
As you can imagine,
what's worse?
This is hard.
What's worse than the anti-guy fight? Oh well, let me tell you. I see you 1 anti-guy fight, I raise you 3 anti-guys.
And these guys are just as strong as the other one. They have 50 HP, they do 10 damage if they hit you.
This is fine.
And that is the anti-guys unit.
I'll just jump in here really quick to give a, well, I guess it's a 4-minute warning on closing, save, or leave Luigi. So last chance to get your donations for then, !point donations in chat for that link. It's super easy and fast, and just a minimum $3 will do it.
Yeah, we are coming up on the end here. Only a few bosses left to go, including, of course, the final boss. And not a whole lot of puzzles here. We do need one more Bowser's Castle key, and then there is one small puzzle after that. Grab this last key. And slip by this hammer bro. Hopefully, okay. He walked down.
Oh, okay.
Very rude hammer bro. This guy in particular.
Hammer Bro's like, oh.
And we're going to be coming up on, well, after this room. So this is a puzzle. You're supposed to go up or down in these rooms, depending on the fire pattern at the beginning. Casually, it might take someone like a second to realize what's happening. Because all these rooms obviously look the same. And all the way down this hall. What will we find? Oh, it's Peach.
Oh, wow, that's so convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was easy.
Yeah.
No, she's a little slow. What was that? That's weird.
Wow. I think she dropped something.
Man.
Oh no. Who could have seen
I've
this
been
coming?
duped.
I can't believe this.
Oh no. No. I'm shook.
I could have never foreseen this coming.
I certainly did it.
I can't believe this happened to me again.
Yeah.
Ah. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'll have to back this up. I made a slight mistake with that level up, but that's fine. We'll figure it out.
Wait, who's this? Who's this person?
It's a mystery.
It's a I don't remember.
Okay, so if I don't block this, I take 9. Yeah. We'll just do this. Leave that. Puts me at 7. Oh, that doesn't actually quite work. Math. So minus 3 is... I was supposed to level up BP, so I need to finagle my HP to get Peril back. It's fine. So 7, 12, 9, 6, this works. That would have worked. Don't block this. Okay, we're gonna do this. All right. Good enough. Goodbye, Junior.
Oh, that was their name. Okay.
Nice. That was great improvisation there.
Yeah.
Having to do math in front of people also. That was a nice job.
Math. Yeah, very silly mistake, but we lived. And it won't matter for Final Bowser or Hallway Bowser. Can still finagle my badges in a way it'll do what I need them to. I will be saving before Hallway Bowser, just due to the risk involved. I do have 2 repel gels. One of them is supposed to be for Final Bowser. The backup is technically intended for this fight. Because we will be attempting to Dizzy Shell Bowser to stun him. As you can imagine, it's not necessarily intended to be able to stun Bowser. So hopefully this just works. All right. Good job, Mario. I think jump time's 2 kills. It's not common that you get double 3 capped on that fight. We'll say that much. Okay, this is fine. Doing math in my head. I can figure out a fight that should work without too much issue. The only reason I'm not bothering to save is mostly just because the length of this fight is very, very long to retry anyway. Okay, so I want close call off, taking off this, putting on this, HP plus, this. That should be everything that I can get on. And I'm pulling up a calculator. So Bowser's HP. I still want to turbocharge. 7 minus 6 minus 5. Use a life shroom. Eight and 4. So Bowser is at 69 HP currently. And I'm going to be playing around his health to avoid him ever using his healing in phase 2. I have 2 repel gels still. I have still have 1 more life shroom, which is ideal.
Also, all the stars are back.
Yep.
Yeah, you totally got all of them, right?
Yeah.
Surely that's why it didn't work.
Yeah.
Okay. So power jump will do 7, 11. 7 plus 4 is 7 plus 4 is 11 every turn, effectively. Bowser's healing threshold at 10 HP. So Bowser will heal. Bowser has a 75% chance to heal if the difference in percentage between his current versus max health versus Mario's current and max health is over 25. So over 25% difference. So 10 HP for Mario is 50% of his HP, meaning Bowser would have to be at 25-ish HP, which is, he's not going to get there in 2 turns, so that's fine. Just double checking that I have not done too much damage to him. All about this Kimmy fight is mostly it's an opportunity for me to think and do math, because there's nothing really happening here. It's mostly just Twink powering up and eventually defeating Cammy. So, turn 1, be -4, 65. I should get 3 attacks in, which would be 34. Oh yeah, we're definitely fine. This fight will be very reminiscent to a safe, glitchless fight. And just need to double check my items when I get into the fight. I believe I have 2 repel gels, 1 life shroom at the moment. One of these life shrooms is guaranteed to get used as part of the route. And I do need to block everything.
Quick reminder about our Earthbound bike percent incentive. That is the next run, and we're almost done with this one. That cuts off about 30 minutes into the Earthbound run, so there's a little bit of time, but we do need $25 more to hit that. And we're getting closer and closer to 1,800 and eventually 2K, everyone. Great job.
All right, Electro Dash, 65 HP. Okay. Also, Bowser music is just a jam, so enjoy. -11. Planned life shroom use. 11 is 32 here. Still fine. Rude Bowser.
That was really mean of him. Yeah. What a jerk.
Okay. This 4 is 24. I really wanted him to shield on the previous turn. I need to use my other repel gel now. -4 again. He's at 20 HP after this wad attack. So now he's at 9 HP. Cool. Seven. And he's done.
Hey.
Yeah, that was a very awkward ending to the fight, but take that.
Nice
You did it. Yeah, but you did it.
And now we have our epilogue. So, I believe the incentive closed a while ago for the bid war.
Yes, it did, and you get to save the frames and leave Luigi.
Awesome. So, we've got about 5 minutes before that comes up, so I can, we can do like shoutouts and stuff now. I speedrun fairly often on Twitch, Phantom 5800. I have a run in AGDQ coming up in 2 months for Mega Man Battle Network single segment, so I will be basically doing that and nothing else for the foreseeable future. But if that's interesting to anyone, feel free to stop by and check it out, or watch the AGDQ run when it happens in January. Yeah, this category is my favorite category. I put a lot of time and effort into routing this and working on a lot that goes into a Paper Mario speedrun, especially all bosses. So it was nice to get to show it off. It's a very fun run to go through.
How long did it take you to route that entire thing? I feel like there was a lot that went into that.
I want to say maybe a couple months of iteration across just all of the experience routing, all of the different things that you can do. Most of it is experience routing. Item routing is very complicated as well because of item duplication. But there was a lot of effort that went into it, especially with some help from Random Sauce on top of that, who has record in this category. He has a 259. My PB is a 308 reference. And that is second place on the leaderboard. But yeah, thank you guys thanks for having this run, especially. It's really cool to get to show it off. And thank you, Qubit, for being able to jump in last minute.
Oh yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me. That was a super fun run to watch and tune into and banter in.
Yeah, this is it's been fun. This is the epilogue of Paper Mario, and there's not a whole lot we can really talk about during this time. It's we include it because there is movement. As far as timing goes, there is still inputs to be made. But generally this is getting to see what everyone is up to after defeating Bowser. Parakarry is delivering letters to a bunch of people, all of our partners effectively, inviting
The
them
letters that he never picked up.
inviting them all to Peach's castle for a party. Even Goombario.
Even Goombario.
I forget who's next. Bombette. She lives in Koopa Village, apparently. I guess. I don't know who this is.
Oh, my girl. F. F in chat.
She's still invited.
Yeah, I mean...
She's still invited, yeah.
She lives pretty close, I guess.
Yeah.
There's Sushi. Did you know Sushi has a daughter? And her name is Sashimi.
Does she?
Yeah, her name is Sashimi.
Adorable.
Yeah.
You can see that in the letters that you can read in the mail post office.
Oh.
She gets a letter from her daughter at some point.
Oh, that's so wholesome. Who's this guy? I don't remember him.
And Cooper is going on an expedition to the Crystal Palace and bringing these guys with him. Except that he's been invited to a party and he's not going to on the expedition anymore.
He's like, well, girl, I got a party to go to, so
Been invited.
Peace out.
Invited to Peach's castle.
I'm with the cool kids now, Corrado. You can.
All right, so as the incentive has determined, we will be doing a trick here to skip a cutscene with Luigi leaving the pipe. So as you can see, Mario and Luigi leaving their house, Mario goes into the pipe, and Mario comes out of the pipe. And that saves about 12 seconds in the epilogue. And time will be coming up here once Peach raises her hands above her head after her final text box. In about 20 seconds. Final text box and time.
GG.
Oh, GG.
Yeah. And that was Paper Mario All Bosses for the Nintendo 64. Thank you all for having me.